believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. Yes, I am right in the middle of a pre-show, which I start 1 hour before the show every day. And today is no different. We've been hashing out stories, discussions of the news that just gets more and more difficult to understand and piece together. And now I'm asking everyone to even look at it a different way. There is a good, strong possibility that a lot of these events that are happening around the world are designed to make us dislike Muslim people. There is a strong possibility that this is some sort of a Zionist plan to do exactly what happened right around 2000 again. 2000, remember, the 9/11 attack occurred, and we definitely lost 2,996 people. We still haven't found the perpetrators of that crime. The 9/11 Commission report was false, in fact, barely enough. Didn't even include analysis of explosions, which is in and of itself a reason to open the case up again. But more importantly, the people that did 9/11 may very well have been within our government. Now that's a serious problem, and if those people are working with these Zionists again to try to perpetrate yet more false flags, then we are dealing with something even more disturbing. Another reason for a war. Yeah, we're being led down that same place that took us to the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War, which hasn't resolved itself completely. Now, there were 5 dancing Israelis outside of the 9/11 attack that were seen literally dancing, and they went home to a hero's welcome to Israel, where they were greeted after 9/11. First, they were captured by our government because they were reported making weird videotaping the buildings going down. Apparently, they knew that the buildings were going to go down ahead of time, and they were there. And they were noted. 2 of the 5 dancing Israelis were right here. How did they know it was going to be an event? And these are all questions that have been tossed around that were never addressed by the 9/11 Commission report. Thank you. So, there's so many questions that we have to open up another 9/11 investigation. No doubt about it. But more importantly, we're now being led down that same road of caliphate. Like in 2010, we started seeing caliphate. Remember all those green screen beheadings that happened? Well, the government was behind most of them. The Pentagon admitted that they spent $540 million for PR services to create those stupid green screen videos around 2010. You probably remember that time period. Well, the government was so concerned that no one heard about it that they put it in the back pages of the op-ed pieces of the New York Times. The day that Kim Kardashian lost $12 million, remember that day? That's when the government released that information. Well, now we're looking at something very similar to the Caliphate 1, which was Zionist-led. We're looking at what I'm calling the Caliphate 2, with what appears to be similar circumstances. I believe people died recently in Sri Lanka. I'm not going to go so far as to say they faked the death of 290 people. But the people behind that murderous attack could very well have been trained terrorists who were trained by MI6 or the CIA, just as easily as they could be real, genuine terrorists. You see, now we are worried about not just real, genuine terrorists, but we're worried about people being enlisted by the CIA to be fake terrorists. Yeah, it's getting more complicated. All right, so let's talk about things that are a little bit more relevant to you. Kuwaitis academic invents anal suppositories that cure homosexuality. Okay, let's take a look at the... do you want to go there? Okay. This may be harsh to look at, folks, but let me stretch it out. Kuwaiti academic invents anal suppositories that cure homosexuality based on Islamic prophetic medicine. Well, that's exciting to know. I mean, again, I'm not here to pass judgment on Muslims, you know. And by all means, if they want to be gay Muslims, I suppose that's their choice. But, I'm not here to, judge them. There we go. Yeah, it seems to be just growing by the minute. Well, thanks for that information, Max. I don't consider it one of my most important links right now, but thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we had the Summit News. That was the Summit News. Okay, and you got another link from Pete Buttplug, speaking of suppositories. Pete Buttplug, who is running for president for the Democratic Party as the first gay presidential candidate, openly gay. We've known that Barack Obama is gay, and he's married to a transgender, but now Mr. Buttplug is, Pete Buttplug is, oh, I'm sorry, I mispronounced his name. Pete Buttigieg. Buttigieg. Okay. Buttigieg. Yeah, his whole demeanor is Mr. Nice Guy, but he supports a government-run single-payer healthcare system, saying that the socialist model is the right place for us to head as a country. He's a radical leftist. He's more than willing to tax you into oblivion like they do in Sweden and Finland for everyone's health care. And you know what really surprises me about the Democrats is they won't come up with ways to get lower cost health care. They continue to say that money is the solution to everything.
The town hall will be moderated by Chris Wallace and take place live at 7 p.m. in Claremont, New Hampshire. The network says it'll focus on the top issues facing voters. This will be Fox News' third town hall with the Democratic presidential candidate this election season. Here's a clip of the event with Bernie Sanders.
Whether you're conservative or moderate or progressive, I don't think the American people are proud that we have a president who is a pathological liar.
We're backstage now. South Bend, Indiana mayor and presidential hopeful Pete Buttigieg recently said Trump's actions make it hard to believe that he believes in God. He told USA Today, "I'm reluctant to comment on another person's faith, but I would say it is hard to look at this president's actions and believe that they're the actions of somebody who believes in God." Buttigieg also spoke with the Washington Post and commented on his own party's relationship with religion. He stated, "I think it's unfortunate the Democratic Party has lost touch with a religious tradition that I think can help explain and relate our values. At least in my interpretation, it helps to root in religion a lot of what it is we do believe in when it comes to protecting the sick and the stranger and the poor, as well as skepticism of the wealthy and the powerful and the established."
That says a lot. Religion has already justified powerful moneyed interests. Religion has already embraced money and all the power that comes with it. That's the problem with religion. And when people use religion to fight political battles, it inevitably is from some rooted problem or insecurity that they may be having. Now, a guy who's openly gay, who's violating the conscript of the biblical law, violating the very word of God, to speak of religion is completely hypocritical. It's pure hypocrisy for somebody to even throw the religious garb out there when they themselves are getting stiffed up their butt by some butt buddy, which is, in God's eyes, an abomination. Yes, you are without sound. I told you can always go to the alternate network. I can't help you. Vaughn's shutting us down. They've been shutting us down for a couple years now. Sodomy is also fellatio. Yeah, I'm not here to pass judgment on people that want to commit sodomy or do whatever they're going to do, but just don't use it as defense in a political argument. Pete Buttigieg could go into any particular venue other than religion, but he's using religion as his safety. I mean, that's his weakness, not something he can use to defend himself. Anyways, the Democrats and Republicans all pretty much nurture their political views off of the caliphate, Zionist-led idea that we have a potential, war going on, and we need to always be prepared for terrorist attacks. The Democrats, however, don't want to in any way say anything bad about Muslims, whereas the Republicans are opposite, and that they play that opposite, chord where it says all Muslims are somehow bad people. Well, I want everyone to know that I'm a centrist. I'm in the middle of the political spectrum, so I'm not siding with the belief that Muslims are bad people or that Donald Trump's travel ban was legitimate. I'm not siding with the belief that we should turn against every single immigrant that's coming into this country because they're Muslim. I'm of the belief that we need everyone to go through the same process to get through the initial immigration process to become a U.S. citizen. It's completely devoid of any race, creed, color analysis. All right, so Mark has been attacking me for some time. It takes you this long to realize that I'm being censored. I mean, I'm surprised you people are aware that I have been slandered by gang stalkers in Vaughn. I have been attacked, doxxed, and Mark put up with all that, allowed it. But I use a free network. I have to take the crumbs that come my way. Obviously, if he wants to push me out of the network, it's up to him. Yeah. He was unable to get any money from the network through VIP. Now he's cutting off our audio. So I'm giving you alternatives. Right now, you can go and watch us on Periscope and just keep the pop-out chat open. It's very simple, dude. I mean, what's the wrong? I mean, I know. Well, we've had a problem with Mark from a long, long time ago. We remember when T. Rucker allegedly died and then came back to life now? Mark cried and talked about his friend dying of cancer, and it was just like Mark doesn't have any more credibility. He's got nowhere where to turn. So now he's just shutting off our audio. I don't care at this point. Yeah, the person's fomenting a story that they have no audio. So how many of you people have audio problems? You, of all people, are not invited here. Is audio off? Seriously? You hear me? Well, for some people, they're having problems. No, T. Rucker did a show last week. Yeah, he keeps going on screen. He talks. Oh, so this is a I Love Fries concoction. Okay. Okay, if you guys are having audio problems, it's not on my end. We got a lot to talk about today. Big story here is, did Trump obstruct justice? Mueller didn't say, but left a trail to the answer. Obviously, the answer is going to come from the details. The devil's always the details. Unfortunately, Robert Mueller also left a redaction claiming Roger Stone was still being investigated. William Barr, our Attorney General, who should recuse himself immediately and step down, he's out on a limb protecting the Russians here, William Barr, and he's out there protecting the idea that Roger Stone has to be investigated, so they can't, or has to have a fair trial, so they can't release any redacted information because it'll affect the jury. That's the most paltry, ridiculous excuse to protect, redact, and define what this obstruction case is. The people of this country deserve to see every little piece of that entire document, all 400 plus pages. There's no way that we're going to sit back and not have a clear view of what's happening if we're going to call ourselves a democracy, with a representative democracy with people in need of knowing. Inquiring minds need to know. So what is protected by the redaction? Without finding out the minutia of this case and all the devil of the details issues, we're never going to get to the real bottom of what Trump did. What we did glean from the information we've gathered is that Donald Trump ran around the White House for 2 years spouting off that he wanted to do this to stop the investigation and do that to stop the investigation. And he was told by his people, we're going to handle it, don't worry. And he was basically glad-handed by John Kelly and H.R. McMaster and others. What happened essentially is they didn't follow Donald Trump's orders. And according to Mueller, that means that he didn't commit obstruction. That is ridiculous. Anyone running around trying to order people to commit obstruction, which Donald did according to this document, is obstruction. It goes back to the intent, and the spirit of the law is defined by the intent. Obstruction isn't something that happened later and all of a sudden was finalized when obstruction happened. Believe me, obstruction is going on right now. Like I said, William Barr is obstructing right now by writing a 4-page statement saying he didn't obstruct, that Trump didn't obstruct. That's obstruction in and of itself. So obstruction is ongoing. But Pelosi's been so weak as a speaker that she says we're not impeaching yet, we're not there yet, but that's not enough. I mean, this woman is exactly the wrong person to be leading this disastrous assault. The impeachment process has to be clear and hard and run by a prosecuting attorney, not a woman who can barely talk and says it's a waste of time. And then here we're listening to Hillary. Let's see what she says. Yeah, why is Pelosi backing down from the impeachment hearing? She's owned, that's why.
Report. Right. We've seen it, or most of it. Right. Well, let's start with the second sentence. Let me read you the second sentence. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. The Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in a sweeping and systematic fashion. Right. Second sentence.
Yeah, well, that is the main story, and it's a story that needs to be told and retold over and over again, because we were the subject of a foreign adversary's attack, an attack on our election, an attack on our sovereignty, an attack on our democracy. And you can try to figure out everything that did happen, and we're a long way from knowing, because we need to get the full report, the unredacted version, and certainly the Congress deserves to get it. But I think it's fair to say that this is not just about a reckoning with the recent past. This is about what is going on today and the threats to our next election, to our defense as a nation. So, Edward, I think the report is long, and it obviously takes time to wade through it, but especially for this group, it's something that every American who cares about holding our adversaries accountable, looking to prevent what happened from ever happening again, should take the time to go through. And I'm really of the mind that the Mueller report is part of the beginning. It's not the end. Maybe, as Churchill famously said, it's the end of the beginning, because there's still so much more that we should know and that we should act upon. And obviously that's what the Congress is trying to figure out what to do right now.
Yeah, well, they should get the unredacted version. We can't possibly make an assessment with this type of mentality. Nancy Pelosi is just too weak of a person. She's just not capable of making solid decisions, apparently.
The reason why. Representative Andy McKean said during a news conference held at the state Capitol, with the 2020 presidential election looming on the horizon, I feel, as a Republican, that I need to be able to support the standard bearer of our party. Unfortunately, that's something I'm unable to do. He also commented on the larger trend of partisanship and noted he felt out of place in the Republican Party. NBC 13 reports that McKean, who served as a lawmaker from the late 70s to the early 90s and again from 2016 to present, will be voting with Democrats for the remainder of his term.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you. But really, that had nothing to do with anything. It's one of those libtard channels that, and I don't really need to talk about Pete Buttplug anymore. I think we're done with that. Yeah. We discussed him enough to know that religion and politics don't mix. And for a man to be using religion to defend his values after he is openly gay is really ridiculous. You know, I understand. I've met a lot of gay guys who obviously feel like, you know, God is important in their minds, but they just refuse to, you know, acknowledge that the Bible says not to lay with each other, and they do it anyway. So they see themselves as perpetual sinners. He's not the kind of guy that should stand there and use religion to defend himself. It's inappropriate, plus it's a violation of the separation of church and state. The gay faction of my party knows that I'm not going to discriminate against gays. They know that I'm not going to treat them differently in government jobs. But the non-gay faction, which is huge, knows that I'm not going to cater to the LGBT community as well and put up special bathrooms just for transsexuals. I'm not going to help pay for operations for transgenders. I really just want to be fair about this. You know, people don't deserve to be discriminated against. And I understand Donald Trump is implementing his plan to pull these gay men out of, or these transgender men out of the military. It's totally unconstitutional when you have to keep gay men in the military because we completely surrendered the Don't Ask, Don't Tell law Bill Clinton put in place. And now we have, you know, do ask and do tell. But the reality is Trump is picking on transsexuals and transgenders. That's just wrong. But I don't want to cater to people who are, and I want everyone to know that we can't create a climate of transgenderism in our schools so that young kids are wondering, well, should I become gay or straight? I want kids to know that it's normal to be who you are, to be what your gender and your sex organ tells you to do. The Democrats don't see sex organs as the same as gender. They don't. For me, if you're born with a penis, you're a boy or a man, to grow to be a man. If you're born with a vagina, you're a girl, and you're growing up to be a girl. I know that there's times where, you know, that line is, they don't feel like a girl. Well, become a bull dyke then. Or become a flamer as a homosexual, and even dress up in women's clothes, whatever. But the reality is, if we tell children that it's okay to be whatever you want to be, that's dangerous to the mentality of the child, because in a way, what it'll do is create a sense of normative values in the child, even though they're deviant. And the deviant children will be treated differently. And that's not going to be good for their psyche. They need to know that they're entering this as a deviant, not as a normative behavior. And the whole society doesn't have to change so that the kids can become adjusted. The kid has to adjust to becoming deviant. Now that's a reality. 10% max in our population is bi, gay, lesbian, or transgender. 10, that's a stretch. It's really 5%, but I'm going with the people that they say are closet homosexuals. I'll stretch it out to 10. Okay, let's just pull a gaper. What do you say? Call it 10. Right. Children need consistency and direction. Exactly. And structure. And we're not going to be able to instill that in children when we're so leaning to the left like the Democrats are. So I'm urging everybody to start thinking about the centrist philosophy. America's Third Party really has some pretty solid ideas. We wrote a book called Hybrid Capitalism, which exposes the way in which the government can actually fix the problems in the economy, the systemic problems and flaws that are currently in our economy. Hybrid Capitalism is a book available at our store, America's Third Party, for a 99-cent download. It lays out the framework for the government to compete in the free market, and it's not socialism. Socialism is when the government takes over an industry where it seizes your property. We would never do that. We encourage capitalism, but we want the government to compete in the free market just as it would in any other country or with any other corporation. It should have equal play without unfair advantage. That's the key. Okay, apparently I didn't. Oh, that's a video. I have a different approach towards spending than the Democrats do. I'm a fiscal conservative as opposed to a fiscal liberal. I believe that we should have a pay-as-you-go plan. So last week I created an economic brake pad where we take some of the benefits. One of the things we learned from Donald Trump's shutting the government down, the partial shutdown of the government recently, is that we could actually effectively shut down partial shutdown of the government without impacting the economy. That's a really important little side note. Yeah. If we had... Is that my kitty? What's wrong? I hear my cat screaming in the other room. Yeah, if we could shut down the government in major offices and tell everybody they're going on vacation as opposed to a furlough, this would be a really powerful tool to start to cut back on expenses, because our government's way over budget, $1 trillion over budget every year. We're running out of money left and right, and we're dealing with expanding credit most of the time. We don't need to do that. We need to stop paying people extra money that they don't need. Now, I'm not telling the Coast Guard that they should just stop their job. I would make allocations for the Coast Guard to be paid within the military expenditures. So nobody in the military would lose their pay. They'd always be employed. But their duties would be to replace the TSA at the airports. Because with the TSA costs us $7 billion a year, those guys can take a vacation for a while. They can have their job back when we turn off the economic brake pad, if they want it. If not, the Coast Guard and the National Guard can fill in for their duties. These are the simple fixes, very simple tweaks that we have to do to keep this process going. If we have the ability to stop paying everybody at NOAA, everybody at, I guess I do need a dry cleaning on this. Yeah. If we stop paying people at FAA, FCC, FEC, USDA, our country will still function. Oil, luckily, in a way, it's good that oil is not connected to the government. And our gas and our cars, it rolls despite the idea of the government shutting down. So we have a really interesting opportunity here with an economic brake pad. A Democrat would never look at this as a possibility, and I have never heard this idea presented by anybody in the Republican Party. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un took the road to Siberia on Wednesday to participate in his first summit with Putin. Well, yeah, he's got to talk about why he got screwed out of the 900,000 bottles of vodka. Yeah, that's why Kim Jong-un is going to go meet Putin. He's very upset. Kim Jong-un was led to believe that he would be getting 900,000 bottles of vodka in Hanoi in order to meet Donald Trump. Never. I will never take AIPAC donations. I've made a solemn commitment to never take AIPAC money. I cannot work for Zionist elitists while I'm running an attack on Zionism. We have another story that may or may not be irrelevant. Activists dressed as clowns protest drag queen story hour. Oh yeah, have you heard about this? Cool. Yeah, apparently a drag queen story hour is a little liberal idea that Michelle Obama started, where drag queens actually, transgenders actually sit in the public library in the children's section and read books to children. And this is being exposed by these people who are doing a complete reveal in clown outfits of how this is weird. Activists dressed as clowns interrupted a local drag queen story hour event in New Orleans to draw attention to the absurdity of the situation. Yeah. They see men dressed as women tour public libraries and schools throughout the United States reading books to children, and it's really a disaster.
Let's turn around and shake your butt. Shake it.
Yeah, I'm just afraid they're going to monetize that song. Yeah, YouTube will probably say that's owned by somebody. Well, at least they're doing something to expose the problem, because technically there's the drag queen going in, and there the guys are, and they're kind of outstaging the drag queen. I see what's happening. And they do a little thing and expose the drag queen. All right. All right, I get the message. I think it's good to expose the drag queens doing this, because they technically are allowed to do that. Hey, the Hong Kong average is up. Let's see what the Dow Jones did today. Up 145 points to 26,656. Good. Yeah, it seems like a positive growth day. And I don't believe the stock market reflects our economy at all. I don't. I think it's just a series of very wealthy people doing a lot of trading and profit taking, and then a lot of people getting sucked in and losing their 401k. But as long as you guys, continue to do the stock market, keep it up. Hey, so Thursday is our Technology Thursday show. Just so you know, we'll be doing a Technology Thursday, and I'll be cooking at 5 o'clock. It'd be nice to know I could copy something and then paste it. Thank you. My computer program was giving me a little hassle there. I don't know about high-tech cooking. I really don't care. I think I missed that other link from Scissor Fight. Let me grab it. Court says the court says using chalk on tires for parking enforcement violates the Constitution. Well, that's kind of good news, because I know this is going on across the country. There's quite a few people that they're pissed off that their cars are getting parking tickets. I don't like the idea of parking tickets per se. I think they create a pretty bad environment in the cities where you get Denver booted and people who are living in their cars are evicted. And some cities now say you can't live in your cars. No, we have no one working the show behind the scenes, just me. Okay, the next time parking enforcement officers use chalk to mark your tires, they might be acting unconstitutionally. A federal appeals court ruled Monday that chalking is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. The case was brought by Allison Taylor, a Michigan woman whom the court describes as frequent recipient of parking tickets. The city of Saginaw, Michigan, like countless other cities around the country, used chalk to mark the tires to enforce time limits on parking. By the time Taylor received her 15th citation in just a few years, she decided to go after the city, and specifically after parking enforcement officer Tabitha Hoskins. Hoskins, Taylor alleged in her lawsuit, was a prolific chalker. Every single one of the Taylor's 15 tickets was issued by Hoskins after she marked a tire with chalk, then circled back to see if Taylor's car had moved. That chalking, Taylor argued, was unconstitutional. Trespassing upon a privately owned vehicle parked on a public street to place a chalk on the mark to begin gathering information to ultimately impose a government sanction is unconstitutional under the Fourth Amendment. Taylor's lawyer, Philip Ellison, wrote in a court filing. A 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit and I unanimously agreed. Fantastic. Wow. That's like a major bit of information. Yeah. I don't like parking tickets. I think it's really wrong. You know what I liked? Remember Rob Ford up there in Toronto? He tried to get all his parking tickets removed, parking violations removed from Toronto. And the people loved him. They loved him. And then you wonder, well, that's probably why Rob Ford was taken out with that cancer. Despite his addiction to crack cocaine, he seemed like a pretty good guy. Yeah, I had to do some research about him to find that out. Okay, so Truth Tuesday is about the truth. And I said earlier that we're having problems with our government telling us the truth. And as you know, I don't believe that we went to the moon at all. I still believe that, this is my belief, personal belief, I still believe that we haven't gone back in 50 years because we never went in the first place. I applied Occam's razor to this concept, which is a logical tool, to see the most logical reason why we haven't been back in 50 years. It wasn't because we didn't have the ability. If indeed we went over there with the Apollo spacecrafts, why did we get through the atmosphere at that time with Apollo spacecrafts, but somehow the space shuttle, the tile was burning off and we couldn't push the space shuttle too far out of the atmosphere? Now, I believe the space shuttle flew at close to 218 miles above the Earth, as high as 240 miles above the Earth. I believe the space shuttle was a pretty powerful vehicle and probably is in use today without us even knowing. There's a military version of the space shuttle that's still fully functional, I'm sure. But the fact of the matter is, those tiles kept burning off. Why didn't they just use the fuselage from Apollo? You know, that was so durable. It went over almost 238,000 miles to land on the moon, take photographs of the landing, and the lunar landing was photographed as well. And I played that many times in the show. I just don't believe we landed on the moon. But the most important reason I don't believe we landed on the moon is we've never taken a picture of the Earth. Every single photograph of the Earth is contrived. It's drawn. There's an artist that said, went public, he said, yeah, he drew most of the images. They're called blue marble. And here's one of them. And guess what? When you go looking on Google for the Earth, you'll see various versions of that. But look what's written in it. Tell me this is not the most ridiculous thing. Sex is written in it. It almost looks like sex TV or something, you know? But pictures of the Earth, when you go looking online, and I'm going to do it for you, have all been artistically drawn. These are image files from the Earth, and when you just go through the scrolling, they're all artistic drawings. Why is that? Now, there may be side angles like this from a satellite. That's possible. But all these are artistic drawings. Every one of these is a version of the blue marble that's been developed. A lot of money went into it. There's not one photograph of a full Earth that's real. Everything looks like a paste up, and it gets weird. It talks about flat Earth, disc Earth, this Earth, that Earth. Yeah, that's a pretty funny one. But they're all fake. And you could go on for thousands of pages of images and you'll see fake images of the Earth. You could scroll through this for hours and you'll see it. So there's a reason why there's a fake image of the Earth with sex written on it. Because it's fake. It's not true. Yes, a 40-inch TV is big enough for your living room if you want to save some money. But if you're going to fork over $300 or $400, you may want to go up to a 50-inch. And always get LED. It puts out less dirty energy. That's right, Jessica Bro. Faker than Obama's birth certificate. Thank you. And I'm the original birther candidate, so I agree with people that are still wondering if Barack Obama was born in Kenya. I'm sure he was. I have no doubt about it. Now, something's really weird going on. I think that Donald Trump has got a side business going on of shuttling in people for payment. I believe that there are people that get into the border illegally because Donald wants people working at his hotels. And this is Fox News. This makes no sense, but let's watch this. Heavily armed men escorting migrants across the U.S. border, surveillance video shows. Look at this. They're escorting migrants over the border, heavily armed. So are these guys border patrol agents? Are these guys coyotes that are now beefing up with major military capability? What's really going on here? Is this part of Donald Trump's secret border patrol junta that gives people access for fees? Who knows? Donald Trump cannot find 4,500 children's parents. And I don't even know if we've tracked down the 4,500 kids that were missing since he had his zero tolerance imposed upon everybody who's coming in the border. That's pretty interesting. That's a compelling video. I just don't know what it is. It could be anybody. It could be border patrol agents escorting people over the border with guns. It's just a matter of time before something's going to happen at the border that's not going to be pretty. And because Donald Trump took my idea of a 1,000-mile fence and never implemented it, we have to go with the idea that these people who are wanting to make money on the border, a border fence or border wall, are really holding it back. That I've clearly done the numbers, and I found out that we could build a border fence out of containers. It's entirely possible to build a border fence out of containers if we actually effectively let these fences, hang on, excuse me, the earth is in the way. Yeah, line these containers up, and voila, you've got your containers. And if we put these things side by side all the way down the line, we will have a wonderful 1,000-mile fence for under $1 billion. A pretty good deal, if you ask me. All right. So that idea's out there. I've talked about it, but again, Trump has to actually implement an idea like that. It just doesn't happen on its own. It could even be a variety of containers, like, you know, multicolored containers. We can always spray paint them later. Cool. Indigo balls. Daryl J says he wants a nuclear fence. You got a 1-hour video called Apollo 0. Okay. I'll watch it. You know, I'm more than willing to try to, you know, convince myself we actually went to the moon, because I was there. I believed it for years. It wasn't until 2015, you know, I disbelieved it. I was in 1969 watching the moon landing with my family, just like everyone else. I remember that. I was there. Not in the moon. I wasn't with Neil Armstrong, but it's just hard to believe that we went there when Neil Armstrong looked like he was drugged when he was speaking about it that day. He looked like he had had some Valium or something. He had debriefing for 18 hours, you know. There was a debriefing period where Neil Armstrong couldn't talk to anybody, and everyone wondered, well, is he okay? I mean, why is he debriefed for 18 hours from landing in the water out there? And I think many people were kind of shocked to find out that he was see if I have him talking about the moon landing. No, not handy. Neil, where are you? Right. I think that's in Conspiracy UFO. Let's try there. Yeah, here it is. Neil Armstrong, everybody.
Followed by question and answers. At this time, I'd like to introduce the Apollo 11 crew, astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin. Neil?
It was our pleasure to have participated in one great adventure. It's an adventure that took place not just in the month of July, but rather one that took place in the last decade. We all here and the people listening in today had the opportunity to share that adventure over its developing and unfolding in the past months and years. It's our privilege today to share with you some of the details of that final month of July.
Yeah, needless to say, he was pretty much brain dead and probably programmed and on Valium. Well, not just terrible public speaker, that was a guy that did not land on the moon. There's no way. They've discovered a new class of antibiotics. It's in the tomato, that the new weapon in the fight against bacteria. Really? So the antibiotics are inside the tomato. I want to know more about that. Thank you. Oh, the death toll rose to 303. Apparently they weren't able to count the dead bodies. Now they recounted them. That's, I guess that's bad to know. I can always play whatever you want on our show. We are completely interactive in real time. Yeah, Beekman hangs out. Hey, good evening, Beekman. We have unbanned all quite a few times, so we let people back in the show and give you guys, more opportunities to chat. I am sincere about wanting to take in different opinions from different sides. I just don't always feel it's objective on your part, or maybe on my part. Yeah, I think that I sometimes I'm subjective in my assessment, and maybe you are too. So maybe we're running into subjective versus subjective, and it's conflict. But hopefully people can find a way to understand each other here. Hopefully. Yes. Do you want the Obama Larry Sinclair video where he admits to having a homosexual relationship with Larry Sinclair? A lot of people never got to see this on camera when it happened. And Larry Sinclair spent a couple hours in front of the press corps, went out of his way to tell people that Barack Obama was a drug user and had been into gay sex. Here he is, Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
The Comfort Suites. Think about that for a second. The Comfort Suites. Yeah. You notice the snorts in there? He had a few snorts. Yeah, we were quite amazed. He clearly was a coke user. I mean, no doubt about it. That guy did coke. And he did crack with Barack Obama. We smoked a crack pipe together. And this is something we have to look at. Barack Obama never sued him for defamation. He never wanted to. If somebody said I'd smoked crack with somebody in a limousine in wherever, and he performed sex on me, I would have sued the living daylights out of that guy. He would have had a civil case against him for the rest of his life. Anyway, I just think Barack Obama's acted pretty suspicious over the years. Never changed churches. When he left Reverend Wright, and Reverend Wright called him a liar. When he left the Church of the Trinity United Church of Chicago, the Down Low Club. Yeah. I know that there's been a lot of bad words between Obama and Reverend Wright. And Reverend Wright said he was going to write a book, but he never did. So somebody got to him too. And there were those 3 men that died in 2007 that claimed that they were in a homosexual relationship with Barack Obama. But we don't need to worry about that. We got sniffles to worry about right now with our president. He was at the debates, remember, with Hillary Clinton with a bad case of sniffling.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Those were all authentic snippets, by the way. Those were all different snippets of him snorting up whatever drools coming down of his nostril cavity while he was talking. I'm assuming he had a pretty bad cold for 4 weeks during the debates with Hillary Clinton. I'm just going to go out there on a limb and say, yeah, he had a nasal drip going on. Without implying he did cocaine or anything. I'm not making that statement. Carrie Fisher made that statement, and you know what happened to her, right? Yeah. We don't know what happened to her. There were no videotapes, no CCTV footage of the airplane that Carrie Fisher died on when she went into cardiac arrest. Remember that? 1.5 months right after she said that Donald Trump was a coke addict, because she knew a lot of coke addicts. She made that statement, then she died a month and a half later. Insulation is to active blowing into body insufflation. Okay. Thanks. How you know so much about medical terms? Does your mom work in the medical community? Is she I'm going to guess, a nurse? Howie? Because I know you don't work in the medical community. All right. But sure, if you don't want to buy into the story, whatever. Oh, you believe that Larry Sinclair was crooked? He never profited from any of the money that came. All the donations, he got $6,000 donations, actually went into his fund. No, he had a 99% success. 99% success. Larry Sinclair on a lie detector. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact, Jack. Go to the original group that financed it was a place called whitehouse.com, owned by Bill and Hillary Clinton. And they financed the lie detector test, and Larry Sinclair passed it with 99% certainty. Read the fine print, man. And you know, lie detector tests have a 1 to 9% ratio of failure. So he was well within the ratio of failure. He passed the lie detector test. My favorite barbecue food would be ribs, preferably beef, then pork, because pork a little bit too juicy, oily. I mean, I wouldn't hesitate to eat pork ribs if it tasted good, you know. But I try to avoid stuff like that because it is not good for you. You know, saturated fat, and yeah. You know, cutting and pasting out of the library books that you're reading online, Howie, is just not the same as actually contributing to our chat room. Yeah. Cutting and pasting out of library books that you're reading online because you say you read 1,000 books is not an effective way to respond to our chat. I don't need to check out Ed Gelb, you know. No, even if he administered the test, the response and the official response was he passed with 99%. It's written. Are you just having a hard time with the idea that Barack Obama is a homosexual? Because we have more than enough evidence that Barack Obama is gay. If you want to get to the truth, let's pursue the truth, okay? That's incorrect. He got 1% off. That's a bad. That guy was bought off. Yeah. Well, I care that they were lied to. Yeah, I do. I care that they pulled a con on us. The birth certificate wasn't even accurate. I mean, this woman had a birth certificate that was 15 marks off, for 15 days off, that was virtually identical to the one that Barack Obama had, except with a different name. They've actually traced Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate to a copy 15 days before, but it was never investigated by Donald Trump. He never looked into it. Donald Trump gave up the Barack Obama birth certificate issue as soon as he became president. But Michelle and her homosexuality has been fully exposed. We've got the penis picture here, more than enough evidence of Michelle having a penis. And Joan Rivers died bringing that information to you. You may want to just think about that. That might help. Yeah. There's other pictures of her penis too. That's not the only one. These are not Photoshops. These are real pictures of Michelle's penis. Michelle is a dude. And Barack is gay. Okay? He had this picture taken with a world leader in charge of the openly gay right activists. Right. These are not make-believe stories. They've hidden his homosexuality from you. And if you don't care that lies were put in front of you as a Democrat, all this time, then you really must be as stupid as they say that they are. Barack Obama believes that you're stupid too. That's why he was able to lie to you all those years. CNN would never report this stuff, Darth. I thought you guys knew that the mainstream media is completely different than what we are today. We delivered truth about Barack Obama, his Muslim background. But I'm kind of using this time right now while the Democrats figure out whether they're going to impeach Donald Trump to just share with you guys some of the facts regarding the Obamas. Because if Michelle does run, I will be doing a Blackface 3. Even the kids were completely fake. There's not one photograph of Michelle Obama pregnant. Yet Barack Obama's close friend, both of their friends, were identical to the children of Barack Obama. Look at Martin Nesbitt and Anita Blanchard. They lent their children to the Obamas just to use them as fake children. Yeah, Sasha and Malia are the children of these two people. I'm not making that up. That's just, many of you just have a hard time with reality. But I have many more pieces of evidence here. Look at this, an early picture of Michelle Obama when she was Michael LaVaughn Robinson, a running back at Oregon State University in 1981. When she met a young homosexual man named Barack Obama, who kind of cocky at Occidental, and they hit it off, and then they had this great relationship, which they forged in the White House. Now, I don't have a problem with two gay people living together, and I don't even have a problem with Michelle being a transgender. Remember, I was a former Democrat. I get that. I don't care if you want to do that with your own personal life. That's entirely your own choice. And I honestly don't even care if Donald has a snorting problem. You know, if this is something that is his problem, that's his problem. I care if a person in the presidency is using crack cocaine. Obama admitted that. Donald Trump never ever used cocaine or crack, he says. So, would you like any other pictures to convince you that Barack Obama is a Muslim homosexual, born in Kenya, married to a transgender? Because that's kind of where I'm going with this. Would you prefer it if Barack's dressed up in, a transgender outfit like this? Would that push you over the edge, sweetie? Huh, honey? Because you're having a hard time believing that Larry Sinclair sucked off our former president. And I think that's a little ridiculous. When the man went out of his way, put himself on the line and his reputation on the line to tell the truth about having oral sex with Barack Obama in a limousine outside the Comfort Inn in Gurnee, Illinois. Should we do the whole thing? Give him the full measure? I'm not obsessed with it at all. No, you keep saying that, and every time you do, I mute you. Yeah. I'm not obsessed with any of that. I'd rather talk about the container fence or the economy. I mean, what do you want to talk about? No, you just won't accept the fact that Barack Obama is a homosexual who's had drugs throughout his life. He even wrote about it in his book, Audacity of Hope. Yeah, I'd like to talk about a way of saving energy with our airship idea. Sure. The idea of saving a tremendous amount of energy actually appeals to me. What if you saved 85% on your cost of your jet ticket? Or better yet, say 75%. Say a jet ticket from LA to New York costs you $400 right now after taxes and licenses and all that, surcharges. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to go on a plane from LA to New York for $100 and take a little longer doing it? Yeah. I came up with an idea called the blimp plane or the blimp pack. Here it is. You see it right there. Up, up, and away in my beautiful blimp plane. Da-da. So this concept could be retrofitted on about up to 10,000 fuselages that we've got sitting in areas like Nevada, waiting to have attachments. Many of the planes that we've retired are still, they've got life in them. And every one of them may have some stress fractures that pulled them out of service, or maybe they just were retired out for no reason. Either way, we have a knowledge of the stress factors of every plane, and we know what they can take. And if a plane can go 300 miles an hour, those stress fractures are minor. So voila, we have this ability. And the best idea here is that I want to create a parachute pack for these that will actually not only, provide safety and guarantee that you won't crash, but would be able to be retrofitted into any jet to slow it down and save it from crashing. There is no increased drag, Beekman, because most of the friction from most dirigibles occurs on the outer fuselage in the form of air to material contact. And because the outer fuselage will be stretched Kevlar, which will be sprayed down with fiberglass resin, it will also have an infrastructure comprised of something like graphene, but more like just carbon fiber construct. And it'll be super light. I don't anticipate these units being more than 10,000 pounds, if that. And we're going to have a slick surface on the outside, which will be comprised of hydrophobic material, which repel everything from water to materials. We'll never have to wash these down, or if we do, it'll be a rare occasion. They will be virtually frictionless. So the only drag is displacement. And that coefficient of drag can be offset with the position of the wings. Now, take a look at the existing design of airplanes right now, like the 737 MAX 8. Yeah, just look at the improbable construct and the stupidity involved in the creation of this plane. Let me get a clear example of how this plane is structured. There's one right there. Okay, take a look at this plane right here and look at how close. This is a 737 MAX 8. Look at how the center of gravity should be back here. Typically, this is where your center of gravity is. Look at how they put the jets 20% forward in the center of gravity range. Now that means that the pivot point of that jet is extremely front forward. Well, consequently, two major accidents have occurred recently in which that plane literally flipped down, and they claim it's strictly software driven. I argue that the planes are not solely driven by software, but actually improperly developed, and their balance and pivot points are completely tweaked. It can flip up, it can flip down, because that's a flutter point by which the plane is not really properly balanced. It's off its center of gravity. This doesn't have to worry about center of gravity, except we place the dirigible on top of the center of gravity. We harness it to the inner ribbing of the plane, and we can theoretically secure a parachute system that would be adapted to the outside of this fuselage. For instance, the entire Kevlar wrap could be a parachute. I mean, tell me this isn't innovative. So say all these lines that make the ribbing are actually nylon lines, which can tether and form at the center here and be tied down, and then an entire joist could be built right through the center, right into the core of the plane. And if that's not enough, it can open up like a mushroom upon delivery if it's ever broken. Say the seal on the hydrogen that we're using breaks. Then the whole thing has a breakaway mold that actually floats it into a parachute the size of Safeco Field, which would give it a kind of a comforting thing, and it would land. We could even put styrofoam on the bottom here as a buoyant area so that these things could actually float. No problem, like a boat. These are not major modifications, but humankind is so stalwart in their thinking that all we are thinking about is money, profit. Not only would this type of retrofit save the airline industry a tremendous amount of money on construction of fuselage and the cargo carriers, many of these will be completely gutted, and we'll be able to put sleepers in there. 200 people could sleep in beds. We could also have chairs that are really reasonable. You just like $100 will get you a chair, a sleeper chair, like they have in Amtrak. And they'll have some modules that you can sleep in. You know, maybe even have a vape lounge in the back of the plane where you can hang out and play video games and vape. All the air inside the cargo containers will be filtered, as opposed to current flights where nothing is filtered. I'm telling you, we're still in our infancy with air travel. But looking at Ocasio-Cortez, you wonder, wait a second, this woman wants to get rid of planes in 12 years. What's wrong with this woman? Yeah. I was kind of freaked the other day when she said she was, hoping to get rid of planes. It's like, why not just create the blimp plane idea? I mean, it conforms to her Green Deal without having to spend a lot of money. Well, thank goodness I don't have a picture of her. I was trying to avoid having pictures of her in my collection. Okay, let's get down to the reality that we're being lied to. Yeah, I think that's a good Truth Tuesday theme. I'm not really concerned about, you're bringing up something from Awesome Carl. Has he made a statement? We met Awesome Carl in New York one time, and he hung out with us for about two hours, and we were visiting, here he is.
It's the American Phoenix. The journalist. See? The journalist.
Wow.
Not wrestler or aspiring wrestler, I should say.
He's become a journalist. Good for him. Now known as the American Phoenix. Good for him. I never liked AOC, no. I was never impressed with AOC. I consider her, Eva Abadan. AOC got helped. The Justice Democrats helped Ocasio-Cortez, and I believe she may very well be Eva Abadan, the sister of Uma Abadan, the good, close lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton, alleged. Yeah. Their faces are identical. And until I can see those two women together, and one is clearly a lighter tone, with different lighting, I want to see them in the same lighting to know for sure that Eva Abadan is not Ocasio-Cortez. I don't buy the story that Ocasio-Cortez has a degree from economics at Boston University. I'm going to look it up. It may take a while to find it because, remember, all records are hidden. It's going to be difficult. I may have to hire a detective. I don't know. But I don't believe she has a degree in economics when she made that blunder about Jeff Bezos and when they dropped the Jeff Bezos contract for Amazon in New York City, in the Bronx. She was complicit in that. She clearly didn't understand what the money deal was. It was a tax incentive. She thought that she had the money in her hands and she was going to spend it on homeless shelters. It's absurd. The woman doesn't understand economics at all. She has some big flopper chops. Well, I have big flopper chops too. I mean, if you put me in the middle of a verbal competition between a couple people, I think I can compete with Buttplug, Ocasio, Beto, all of them. Elizabeth Warren, she's kind of quiet and talks like a church lady. Yeah, she's kind of brainless and empty-headed. And the look of greed is so obvious in her that she clearly is bought off. No, I never said she was smart at all. No. Are you not hearing our show? Because I've never said that at all. You're not allowed to donate to our program if you're a Russian citizen. Sorry. Maybe Donald Trump is taking donations from Russians. I don't know. He's working very closely with Vladimir Putin. Hey, Max, you sent me this the other day. This is the kind of use we would have for the blimp plane. Yeah, think of it. Cargo containers, shipping. I even talked to Boeing representatives about this. I mentioned my blimp plane idea to these representatives in 2009 at the Beyond Oil convention. I have witnesses. And they told me that Boeing was considering some some carriers that could do things with a dirigible. And right after I left, they started working on the blimp hybrid. I inspired them to work on the blimp hybrid. So Boeing has their blimp hybrid that's fully available. All right, we got Hillary Clinton is back in the news, making the rounds, talking about impeachment. I think that's great. Bombshell: FBI retrieved deleted Hillary Clinton emails from Obama's White House office. Whoa. Okay. But I don't think Donald Trump is going to prosecute Hillary. I just don't. I don't think that's going to go down. 6, Trump interior appointees are being investigated for possible ethical misconduct. That stands to reason. He surrounds himself by mobsters and swamp creatures. Yeah, I don't really need to go into detail here. Let's just say they're a bunch of scumbags working for Trump. Scumbags working for Trump. Oh, and we've got Islamic State claims the Sri Lanka blasts as the government says probe making progress. So Colombo, Reuters, Islamic State claimed responsibility on Tuesday for these. Now that means that Islamic State, meaning Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, is saying that Sri Lanka blasts were their fault. ISIS. Yeah, so this brings me back to my original point. Do we really know it's a real terrorist attack, or is it is it a Zionist-led attack? Yeah, thank you, Misanthropy. I'm not sure what you said, but thank you anyway. I know. And DT, welcome. Thank you for coming in. Did you just shower? You seem kind of fresh. Sometimes I like to take a shower before the show, you know. I know some people have been known to spank their monkey in the shower. But no, seriously, let's focus on politics tonight. Let's drift away from anything weird. I'm trying to stop the New World Order, so hi. It's a difficult job, and it takes a guy like me to do it. People don't realize, well, what are you made of, Dave? What's your whole purpose? You know, how do you pull this off? Well, I try to look my best. One person said I look, 1 year younger than last year. It's true, I have been getting younger, and it's kind of strange because I know many people are wondering why I look so damn wonderful all the time, because I use my fruit enzyme spray. This stuff is great. I diluted this down, and it really helps. Yeah, it helps me stay youthful. It keeps your skin supple. That's the key. Because when you get old and you stand outside in the sun, you turn into a prune or wrinkled cucumber on a dry day. Yeah, the famous fruit spray experience. Oh, wow. So check this out. You know how they've been foreshadowing all these events that they orchestrate, like attacks on Notre Dame? We saw images of the Notre Dame attack we brought to our show last week, which was in the movie I Pet Goat 2, which is an animation about the 9/11 attack. They showed a picture of someplace going up in flames that looks similar to the Notre Dame. And here it is, prophesized as well in The Simpsons. Notre Dame and of Springfield burning the towers. Look at that. Well, a picture says 1,000 words. That says they're foreshadowing what they're planning on doing. So why did France burn Notre Dame? Well, because they were ordered. Macron works for the Illuminati. Macron is the former Rothschild banker. Thanks for that link. I'll keep it in my collection. Macron, former Rothschild banker, is more than willing to, yeah. Somebody said, yeah, you sure Barack Obama's gay? Well, yeah, look at this. Hello, at E-Trade. Yes, I'd like to get back into stocks. Okay, everybody, let's just have some fun. Yeah, Barack Obama's gay. We know that. That's established. Thanks, Super Saver. But remember, you did threaten to kill me 25 times. Don't forget that. Yeah, we still have you in the room. It's amazing. Yeah, you think it was the pedo porn they had in the church that they burned down? It's deeper than that, Dave. What do you think it is? Just shipped my pants? Shipped, not the other word. Shipped. I care. Yeah, I care about Barack Obama's freedom to be homosexual, and I certainly want all people to know who are gay that they're not going to be discriminated into getting a government job. But I'm not going to tell mom and pop's restaurants in America that they got to hire a quota of trannies in order to meet compliance with U.S. quotas. That's not going to happen under my watch. So we're doing everything we can to stop the New World Order, and I think if you are beginning to leave your Democratic Republican Party, you're helping to stop the New World Order. Just leaving your party is a big move in the right direction. And I'm in the center of the political spectrum, so you can find commonality in a lot of things I talk about. I do support the right to bear arms. I'm not adding anything to that statement. No registration required. No required verification. I backed down from that position. I got a C- from the NRA on that one. At this point, I want to make it simple. I can't enforce valid registration, and I certainly can't enforce verification, except to make it easy for people to check on gun sales. I want to do that. I want to make the NICS system integrated with the FBI, and it could be an online interface so that people could use it for free. That's something, if you're really concerned about who you're selling to, if you're selling to a group of gang members, you may want to check their ID. And some states do require it, so it would make those states do their job easier if we had that in place. That's all I want to do. But beyond that, nobody with PTSD should have their guns taken away from them. Donald Trump is on a very slippery slope on that one, saying, oh, first we take their guns, then we do the due process. Man, that's not going to work. Cops are shooting people, yeah. We've got police brutality up the yin-yang. I know. Hey, what's up, Fat Poop? Thanks for coming in. We get people like Fat Poop over there in our channel. Okay, here's a good one. We got waste problem in San Francisco. It's out of control. Holy crap, Poop Map shows San Francisco literally covered in human excrement. Oh, how nice. They had an app that works for people who are trying to get into, if you have poop outside of your house, and you can actually click this app, it takes a picture and sends the GPS coordinates to the local city. That tells you where most of the poop is. So this is the San Francisco area. So Nancy Pelosi is from this area, and this is her prime location. And this is what's happening in her hometown. Waste reporting's over a 9-year period from 2011 to 2019, or an 8-year period. They've mapped out every report of human feces in the streets of San Francisco since 2011, and yeah. I think we've seen enough of that. The good news is the Democrats have spent $750,000 cleaning up poop. The bad news is not one of them ever thought to put in a bathroom. Jeez. Unbelievable. Okay. So I guess we'll be talking about obstruction for a long time now that the Democrats are going to be moving for impeachment. I believe that the Democrats need to charge William Barr with a crime of aiding and abetting a felony. I believe that William Barr, our Attorney General, has committed a felony by writing a letter on behalf of a Russian agent. William Barr wrote a letter to Rod Rosenstein before the investigation started saying not to investigate obstruction and to give Michael Flynn, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, a pass. When we know now that Michael Flynn worked with the Russians and conspired to hurt our election, obviously. The Russians definitely rigged our election in favor of Trump, so we know that that went down. I think the Democrats have everything they need, but they do need to charge William Barr with a crime, and then charging the Attorney General with a crime is a very high-profile move, but it's the only way to run this through our court system and get this guy revealed as what he is. A total turncoat and traitor working for Russia. Our own Attorney General clearly is doing Russia's bidding. And that's where the investigation stopped, and that's where William Barr used his own personal discretion and subjectivity to assess this whole thing and claim there's no obstruction. That's ridiculous. There's more than enough evidence in the redacted evidence that we've seen that Donald Trump was running around the White House for 2 years trying to obstruct justice. They do have plastic bags. They have, that's the one reason why we have plastic bags. That's a good reason to keep plastic bags. I know a lot of Democrats want to get rid of plastic bags. I understand that, but bag people don't have any place else to crap. That's why they're plastic bags of poop on the street. A lot of these people will do it in the bag instead of in the street. We're going to do it in the street. Yeah. They do it in the bag and they put it out. And sometimes they're kind enough to put it in a tinted bag, like a beige or a brown bag. That's nice. When you see the crap, it's a little bit more disturbing. I don't have to be an attorney to understand constitutional law. Have you ever read the Constitution? That's your starting point right there. We have a lot of people that have been attacking our show on a daily basis. And I want you to know that I feel your pain. Yeah. We keep a good, clean room, folks. You can't mess with us. I know you've been trying, but I'm doing a pretty good job of clearing the scum out of this room. Up, up, and away. We got 669 geishas watching from Kyoto. Hello, ladies. You're so wonderful. And you treat your job very professionally. I've never had a geisha girl, nor will I, because, as you know, I'm involved in a relationship, and it would be very inappropriate. It would be very inappropriate to be involved with a geisha girl. I wouldn't do that to Sarah. I wouldn't expect her to go around with a geisha guy. You know, that would freak me out. How was your date with the geisha guy? It's like, nah, sorry. Hey, Biden is set to announce his presidential run on Thursday in a video. I want to know more about the film he made with Ashley. Don't you? The former VP will then appear in Pittsburgh on Monday for an event at local Union Hall. He's lined up about 5 or 6 13-year-old girls to hang out with on stage. What do you have, Drag King? Another transgender video, or is this an environmental video? It's one or the other, right? I'm sorry, but that site cannot be reached. Oh, we got news from former Council McGahn, too. Nasty dude repeatedly wipes his butt, then face with the same hand. Whoa. Oh, no. No. I can't watch that on the show. That breaches all levels of civility. I can't go there, no. But Biden can, walk up to little girls and tell them how horny he feels, like he did with that 13-year-old. I know. And he hasn't answered to that yet. He just said it's perfectly normal. He's more sensitive to what's happening, but he hasn't answered to him saying to a 13-year-old girl how horny he got around her. That he's not answered to. Hey, great. Sarah would be loved to find this out. She'll be coming in a little later tonight. Florida Senate passes bill that allows classroom teachers to be armed. The only Glock I want in my classroom. That's right. Oh, that's somebody fighting this Glock. A Glockenspiel. Oh, okay. That's pretty funny. Well, I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of people that believe that teachers need to defend themselves against, serious terrorist attacks. Right now, they don't have any defense at all. In fact, the Democrats don't want to give anybody security guards. Even Trump doesn't even want to put security guards in schools. Can you imagine how stupid that is? Well, we all know Trump is not the sharpest tack in the block, but he really doesn't want to arm up children, teachers. He doesn't want to arm up teachers. We don't want to arm up children. Hang on. White House plans to fight House subpoena of former counsel Don McGahn for testimony on Mueller report. Oh, okay. Hang on, I got to get the volume up.
Hear what Jerry.
Go ahead.
Respond to that subpoena to testify before Congress?
It's going to be up to the attorneys, but what I can tell you is it's pretty clear what Jerry Nadler and others are trying to do here. They don't want to get to the truth. They want to get to this president. And at this point, I don't know what Jerry Nadler thinks he's going to get that Robert Mueller didn't, except for some political points with the base, because as we now know, there is no collusion and no obstruction. And for him to continue down this road, when Democrats have been in office now for 100 plus.
Oh, I'm sorry, but there is a collusion and there is obstruction. In fact, it's total collusion. Not just kind of, it's total. Yeah. So that's the bottom line. William Barr was put in place as an appointment by Donald Trump and somehow cleared this Republican-led Senate, which is comprised mostly of people that get money from Russia, like Mitch McConnell. So, of course, they didn't want anyone to, go against William Barr because they know he's in the pocket of the Zionists and the Russian oligarchs. You see, the Zionists in America, in the AIPAC group, work collaterally with the Russian oligarchs. How do we know that? Well, we know that one of the major conduits for money transfer from AIPAC and from the Russian oligarchs occurs at the largest synagogue in the country, Chabad Leibovich, which happens to be the synagogue for Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump. Believe it or not, he goes to that synagogue. And that's where he met a lot of the Russian oligarchs. And that's where he gets the funding from AIPAC. Donald Trump literally kissed AIPAC's ass to become president of the United States. Did you see that speech where he sucked off the Zionist tit? It was disgusting. So Donald Trump is pushing our policies in a direction totally toward Israel, instead of remaining objective and opening up the door to a peaceful dialogue with the Muslim world. What a difference, huh? Now that we're totally in the clutch of Israel, we're now seen as a pariah around the world. Oh, that's really not a win-win situation, is it? No, Israel should not be destroyed. Israel is a nation that has become unto itself a big part of the world economic scenario. You know that more patents are filed by Israel than any other country in the world? I mean, it's the people there, the Jewish people, the real Jewish people that are there are brilliant. The Ashkenazis, they're more likely greedy than brilliant. The problem with the Jewish culture is it's been infested by Ashkenazis. Even Hitler was an Ashkenazi. That's why they called him a Nazi. Same with Himmler and Goering. They didn't like the word Nazi, by the way. You see, folks, we're actually still fighting the Nazis. They have embedded themselves in our government, and they have for years been lingering in the shadows trying to control the finances that propel our nation and control it. And the destiny of our nation really depends on whether we, the American people, pull away from their control. But we can't destroy Israel. Israel is an ally. I mean, come on. You got to be an idiot to want to hurt Israel, especially after all these years. I think what we have to do is look at this as, I'm not pro-Zionist, but I'm not trying to destroy Ashkenazis either. I'm not trying to make you hate these people like Hitler hated Jews. These Ashkenazis are the problem with the financial aspects now. They're no longer a lightweight issue because they're creating a global world government. And now their goal is not just to create Israel. Their goal is to dominate the world. That's the difference. It's a fine line between turning our back to Israel, which I wouldn't do. In fact, if Israel needed air support, I would send them if they were provoked into war. I would send them air support. But I would not send troops into the Middle East. We'll keep the remaining troops in the Middle East allocated to do the task of defending our allies. And Israel is an ally. So I'm not trying to alienate our relationship with Israel. I'm trying to get unhinged from a Zionist control mechanism that's running our country from within. Big difference. It's a sleight of hand, if you will, but it's definitely going to lead our country towards solidarity, sovereignty, and a future that's not clinging to Israel's financial dollar. We don't need their money. We never did. We don't even need the World Bank. We have $40 trillion in the World Bank in store for us. They claim we owe $22 trillion. We may even have $45 trillion, because if that had earned interest over the years since World War II ended, that money would have grown considerably. I would say that they're holding our money in abeyance, that we need to get control over the money that they're holding at the World Bank and then pay off the debts to all of our allies and all of our neighbors. China could be paid off. It would help their economy. Japan could be paid off. And America would still remain the world currency if we did this, because we'd be so well respected for what we did do. It would help all the economies of the world if we disengaged from the World Bank, disengaged from the IMF and all of the UN activities that currently are trying to control our country. Yeah, it's kind of a sad reality. I'm going to show you something that's going to kind of amaze you. I showed it last night on Conspiracy Monday, but I was reviewing YouTube videos about FEMA camps back when I first started in 2008, and I found a 2010 article or YouTube describing a location in Jacksonville, Florida. And I looked at the article and I noticed where it was on the map, and I zoomed in on the map, and I found this airport in Jacksonville, Florida, that is holding on to 6,000 UN vehicles sitting there. We're going to remove you from the show. There are literally 6,000 UN vehicles sitting at this location in Jacksonville. Now watch as I zoom in. Look at all these minivans. Every one of these is a minivan, and they're owned by, they're 10 years old. They're from 2010 approximately, 2008. Every one of these is owned by the UN and parked in Jacksonville, Florida at an airport. Why the hell do we allow 6,000 minivans from the UN parked at Jacksonville Airport? Kind of a strange thing, don't you think? So these are the kind of things we'll be getting to the bottom of, things that Donald Trump doesn't seem to care about. Donald Trump turned his back on NATO allies, but he embraces the UN. He should have done the opposite. He should have turned on the UN and gotten angry at them when they laughed at him, instead of turning on our NATO allies. Donald Trump is essentially doing Putin's bidding by hating on NATO. And he's also doing Putin's bidding by not imposing hardly any sanctions. For a year and a half, Trump didn't impose sanctions and violated the national requirement for sanctions against Russia. Donald Trump is doing everything he can to protect Russia and do whatever Russia wants, but nothing to stop the New World Order and nothing to stop the UN takeover of our country. Donald Trump is essentially a puppet for the deep state, if you will, the people running the world governments. And that's my point. Don't buy into the QAnon BS. That came out of the CIA art department. These people come up with these BS stories to frame Donald Trump as some guy who's stopping the New World Order. Hardly. Donald Trump has not actually prosecuted Clinton, yet he said he was going to, charge her with crimes. He hasn't done anything. And he's had over a year and a half to do it, since he started actually over 2 years to do it. So if you still are clinging to the belief that Donald Trump is fighting the deep state, then I'm sorry for you. I really am. Join our effort and we will stop the New World Order. We will take down their power structure and we will lead this country toward its own solidarity once again. Right now we're being controlled by a puppet government, run by financial interests at AIPAC that are funding both parties and controlling the dialectic. We need an open third choice for a political movement, and we're not going to get it with people like Donald Trump or anybody in the Democratic side. Those people are so far off to the left, it's ridiculous. So this is a centrist alternative to what we are seeing, with the left constantly catering to the most ridiculous ideas of homosexuality and green ideas that destroy our infrastructure of cars. It's ridiculous. But the right, they embrace the corporate structure and act like somehow trickle-down economics is going to get us all some money. Not going to happen. Trickle-down economics never got anybody any money. Corporations don't care about you. They care about profit. Bernie is a one percenter. Bernie's not even a socialist. He's a one percenter who's just blabbing to make it sound like he cares about you. He's never, as governor, or excuse me, as a senator, he's never actually fixed Vermont's problems and stopped corporate greed at the national level. He's never done that. In fact, Bernie's just like a placeholder in American government. He doesn't do anything. He's more like a moocher. He sucks money in whenever he can get it. He's big on money, Bernie is. 3 months ago, Israel sent a first responder training unit to Sri Lanka. Okay, now we've got the underbelly of a Zionist move in this recent Sri Lanka murder spree, or a terrorist attack.
Condolences are flowing in from world leaders in the wake of the horrific Sri Lanka church and hotel bombings. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expressing deep shock and saying Israel is ready to render assistance to the authorities in Sri Lanka. That's echoing an offer earlier in the day by Israel's ambassador to India, Ron Malka, who also serves as the country's non-resident envoy to Sri Lanka.
Okay, there's the telltale sign of the Zionist hooks that are in the invested in this terrorist attack. It looks more and more like the people that perpetrated this act may have been ISIS, but ISIS may stand for Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, not some Islamic jihad. And I think a lot of Muslims can breathe a little sigh of relief to know that I don't buy into the BS that the 9/11 Commission report spewed that 18 Saudi Arabians perpetrated the 9/11 attack. Not after all the cover-up I've seen from our own government. Facebook's new chief lawyer helped write the Patriot Act. Now you know, Big Brother's watching. Facebook is so incompetent they just announced they lost another 1.5 million identities they put on a text file and handed out to everybody. And these are the people that recently had their identities stolen and had signed up again. Facebook just handed the text file over to an open server. These are the people you don't want to trust your privacy. And now they hired an attorney who's definitely not into your privacy, who was an architect of the Patriot Act. Wow. I'm appalled. They're doing it right in front of us, misanthropy. Unbelievable. Oh, really? So, Brazilian mixed martial artist Joyce Vieira took matters into her own hands after a man exposed himself to her while she was in the middle of a photo shoot. What did she do? Do a karate kick to his groin? You just heard on Fox that the Mexican military disarmed ICE officers at the border on American soil. Wow. Welcome to the New World Order. They don't want a fence down there. Donald took my fence idea. That was not a New World Order idea, by the way. The New World Order doesn't want a fence. That's why Donald hasn't built anything. He's just all talk. He took my idea because he knew it would be popular among the people. ISIS stands for Islamic State in Iraq? I don't believe that. No. That's called ISIL. ISIL forces were embedded in Iraq. They're not ISIS. ISIS is different than ISIL. ISIS stands for Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. Yeah. I know that's hard to understand. Why would Zionists want to make us hate Muslims? That's what they've always wanted. You know, a long time ago, rabbinical experts talk about this in Israel, and they're probably listening right now from Tel Aviv, that Zionism started in the 1890s, and since Zionism exists, we've had nothing but problems in the world between Jews and Muslims. Nothing but problems. But prior to that, the Torah is explicit. You have to love people, and you're not here to hate people. And people don't understand that Zionism has bred this hatred because the Zionists, like Hitler, wanted to take Jerusalem. They wanted to own Jerusalem. They wanted to control it. Hitler thought he could find the Ark of the Covenant And it was very important to him. So he wanted Jerusalem. So when they took and seized the Palestinian land, no wonder there are problems. But we're past that right now. Israel's here to stay, but let's face it, they don't need to dictate world policy. And that's where I step in. Yes, I think automakers could sell powertrains. That's a good idea. I envision an auto industry that evolves in America where we could create powertrains that could be customized. You know how people are making tiny houses on their own now? There are people that would more than willingly create a car on a powertrain. They would have so much fun, and there'd be a lot of diversification in the industry. People would make cool cars that have, as long as they have a steering wheel, accelerator, brake, and some sort of a safety front impact dash and passenger side impact solution. The powertrain could be sold with the tranny, and the whole thing could be sold as a unit. I think that day could come, and we could also use that same powertrain to build our 100 mile per gallon 4-passenger car the U.S. Auto Corporation can create. My idea of hybrid capitalism actually includes getting the government to get a return on investment by making a product like a car. It's totally within the concept. Globalists are trying to get rid of the population. The New World Order is certain that they want to destroy the population, get rid of 90% of the people in the world. Now that's absurd. Why would humanity want to get rid of the population? Well, people like Ted Turner have been pushing these ideas since the 1990s. Listen to him.
Not doing it will be catastrophic. We'll have 8 degrees, we'll be 8 degrees hotter in not 10, but in 30 or 40 years, and basically none of the crops will grow. It will be catastrophic. We'll have 8 degrees, we'll be 8 degrees hotter in 10, not 10. Few people left will be.
Okay, I can't play any more of this. It makes me sick. He wants to get rid of 95% of the population. But he wants us to all to limit our kids to just 2 kids. He had 5 kids, by the way. So a lot of these people say one thing and do another. Bill Gates actually gave none of his kids got vaccines, but he's a big proponent and a promoter of vaccinations. Yeah, Bill Gates his big deal is, everybody should be vaccinated. Well, his own kids are not vaccinated, which is kind of weird. This is the only picture of an alien that is actually believed to be possibly true. Now, this is from a 1957 Russian-Soviet photograph of a film that they made. Yeah, the possibility of aliens existing, to me, is, I'm going to say it's possible, but I don't believe necessarily that they really do exist, per se. I believe there is life outside the Earth. Mathematically, that's been proven. In the infinite universe, there is a 100% chance that there's some other living creature somewhere, but it may be an amoeba, or a silicon-based life form somewhere. Who knows? But whether they're aliens, they visited us, that much I'm not sure. I'm still, jury's not out on that one yet. We've got over 5 billion cameras and not one picture other than that one right there of an alien. So, I don't know. It seems like we're missing a lot with 5 billion cameras and only one picture with an alien. Okay, progressive. New York man who hacked pregnant woman to death can't be charged with baby's murder. This is weird. Due to New York's adherence to so-called progressive values and its corresponding laws when it comes to abortion, a man who allegedly hacked a pregnant 21-year-old woman to death with an axe will not be charged with murder of her unborn wanted child. Wow.
But he is going to be charged with her murder.
Yeah, but it won't be a double murder, a double homicide. A guy, 34-year-old ex-convict, was charged Sunday morning in the murder of Savannah Rivera, 20, the attempted murder of Angela Valle, who is said to be Brown's girlfriend, and for criminal possession of an axe. He'll not be charged with the murder of a 9-week-old unborn child, whom he also killed. That's so weird that New York would do that. Because they have a law that says that you can't be charged with murdering a child outside of the woman's body, even if you cut it out with cesarean. That's so weird, isn't it? That somebody who's committed such a heinous act would get off with one less murder. Wow. That is pretty liberal. Melting permafrost in the Arctic will cost the world $98 trillion, study claims. Yeah. Well, I think if we're going to talk about the melting ice caps in a libtard way, even though we've seen ice caps form in the past couple of years, I think it's safe to say one thing is going on that needs to be addressed. And that is chemtrails. That site's not popping up for some reason, but this is. Oh, there it is. So while they spray our skies with chemicals, the Democrats refuse to acknowledge this. The Republicans refuse to acknowledge these chemicals. I call them chemtrails. You can find out about them at chemtrailparty.com. I created an informative site for you to research this. The Democrats and liberals, the libtards, are saying, oh, melting permafrost in the Arctic will cost the world $98 trillion. Oh, no. Oh, golly. Oh. It's our flatulence that's causing the terrible melting ice caps. Oh, oh no. Trajectories of 3C warming by the end of century. Melting permafrost is expected to release 280 gigatons of carbon dioxide. Well, you know, if we just stop the chemtrails, let's see if that helps, okay? Let's start with that, okay? What do you say?
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
Yeah, let's just stop the chemicals.
It's not helping.
It's not helping.
Like they think somehow like putting chemicals in the sky is going to help.
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Isn't that ironic?
I will say I definitely don't think it's helping.
It's not helping.
The guy who has the idea of like putting it into the upper stratosphere is going to help.
No, it's not. You can't clean the air by putting more chemicals in it. That's absurd. We need to filter the air. Now, I have a very aggressive plan to filter air at the top peaks of our mountains. Large Venturi scrubbers could be positioned to actually filter air of carbon. There's no reason why we can't do this at a large level. And we've got a couple of ranges in America that are high up that would help the world's carbon pollution problem if we just simply hooked up large Venturi scrubbers to the air. And we get 60, 70 mile per hour winds like the Tehachapi mountain range, 60 to 70 miles per hour daily in that region. So I think we could easily do more with filtration than anything these idiots can come up with. Thank you, Sarah, for coming in. I'm going to take a break. I'm just showing people all these UN vehicles that I found. They've been there since 2010. You can see all these cars that are parked in the airport, at the Jacksonville airport, and these are all minivans.
Oh, these are all the brand new cars waiting to go places.
No, they've been the same cars. I have a photograph of the same cars there 10 years ago. The guy exposed this as a UN auto lot. The UN is storing minivans there of all kinds of varieties. No one can really figure out what's going on with this, but I found this very interesting, that this location has all these minivans. There's 6,000 of them.
Where is it?
Jacksonville, Florida, right off the coast. See it? Right near Green Cove Springs, near St. Augustine. There's a huge amount of these minivans.
Is there a manufacturing site nearby? A car manufacturing site?
Well, there's got to be a docking. There's got to be a dock area that they're using it for. So there's a dock and there's something else, but
yeah, they're either shipping in the minivans or shipping them out.
The fact is, they've been there for 10 years. Now that's not a flow-through thing.
How do you know it's been there for 10 years?
Well, the same shots have been taken 10 years ago. I could bring you to a video of 2010.
Well, sometimes they have this thing on here.
Mm-hmm.
I forget where it is, but it's called history, or like there's a history of the same site. So you can see over time if indeed it was.
Yeah. Well, I'm not worried about it. I was just curious, why they still have all these minivans for the UN parked there. Now, I can't confirm it's the UN that has them there, but that's what the guy's article was that triggered my interest online. Hey, and you'll be happy to find this out. Florida Senate passes bill that allows classroom teachers to be armed. There you have it. Sarah supports that concept. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not requiring them.
No.
It's just, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple things for you.
Oh, good.
No, I mean, not good. It's more like, can you feed the cat?
Oh, I can feed the cat.
And, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Good. I'm glad Jessica's finding her fan club here. What a long day. I had a little training after school I went to. So I just finished training. Maybe is my hair getting darker? Sometimes it seems like that. I haven't dyed it recently, like maybe a month or so ago. Yeah, maybe it's just the lighting. Like that, it does seem darker underneath, and then like a light layer on top. Yeah, something like that. Anyway. Thank you, Zelfire. The definition of hypocrite: a person who puts on a false appearance or virtue of religion. I don't think I'm a hypocrite. I definitely am not into religion. Okay, thanks for coming in our chat room over at Periscope. Yeah, and it's not even, I haven't even gotten over the hump, and it's been a long week. It's like, goodness gracious. But that's okay. I'm not as chipper as I was last night, but I'm still grateful. What am I grateful for today? I should write all the things down that I'm grateful for. I'm grateful that like the sun is still up, like it's just starting to be dusk right now. The sun stays up later, or yeah, sunset is later this time of year than in the winter, so I'm glad it has more daylight hours than in the winter right now. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that you were grateful we met you and none of us have asked you for a loan. Do you get a lot of that? You have people you meet and they ask you for a loan. Wow. I'm grateful I don't owe anybody anything. I do have a credit card, but as someone says, I use it as a convenience card, not as I've got a borrow money card. So I use it as only like, it's easier to pay with than I always pay off all my bills every month. So I am grateful that I'm not in debt. And I am very grateful that I have a job that I enjoy. It's definitely challenging, but I do enjoy it. Some days it's like there are some days that I do my job and I'd be like, wow, this is one of those days that I can't believe I get paid for this. It's great. And then there's other days that's like, thank goodness I get paid for this because it's stressful. But, and today's more leaning toward the latter, but, yeah, but at the same time, there are really positives in it. All right. Anyway. Yeah, you can't troll all the negativity, all the positivity. Anyway, moving on. 11 mistakes in retirement planning at BCU Investment Services advertisement. Let's see that one. I'm retirement planning, but I'm not planning on retiring anytime soon. But there is things I think about that. Will it even go there? No, that doesn't even take me anywhere. I don't want to look at his face. No, I don't like you. No. I'm just getting rid of things I don't even want to see. Tabs. How's David? David is doing really well. Yeah, I gave him a break so he can feed the cat. I suppose I could feed the cat, but David's so good at it. And that's another thing I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for a good relationship. If you're still living in a world where you need a retirement plan when you're older, you're ending it? What? You should have a plan. Does the cat like David? Or you should just retire early and just figure out how to live. The cat loves David, yes. She loves me too, but not as much as she loves David more, for sure. You went to the dentist and they gave you 22 x-rays? David always says, what's the bare minimum? I don't want that many x-rays. And I think I'm going to start taking David's advice too and be like, why do I need all that many x-rays? You poke around in my teeth enough as it is. You should know my teeth. And if you did get x-rays, you got to pull that thing up to cover as much as your body as possible. Or are you getting dentures? If you're getting dentures, that's good. If you need them. My dad had to have a full set of dentures. And hopefully his dentures are feeling better. The cat likes David because he feeds her and he's home with her all day. You know. So he pets her and things like that. And I think it's also the male pheromones. She's a female cat and he's a man. I think that has something to do with it as well. You're getting your teeth implants? All right, that sounds good. I have thought about doing that, teeth implants, but especially as I get older. But I don't know. You have to remove your other 2 wisdom teeth, which you thought you didn't have anymore, but they dug themselves downward into your gums. Oh, and they're digging into your jawbone. Wow. Man. Oh, you'll feel much better when you get that out. I'm sorry, Miss. I bet, Misanthropy, that could be causing all of your issues with, like, your problems with things you're allergic to. I mean, you have out all your other teeth, just not your wait. Yeah, I would not doubt it, especially if your wisdom teeth are up. Are they your upper wisdom teeth? I bet you're right. I bet that's causing your sinus problems. I bet so much will change for you once you got that out. Not mercury poisoning, but like it could cause blood poisoning. I do feel a little thing back in my lower jaw where my wisdom tooth used to be. I felt a little pain there last day or so. yeah, misanthropy, I think that you've got to do it. Got to get those taken out. Have them put you partially asleep, whatever it takes. Get those taken out. I had to have like surgery when I had mine out because it was like, you know, like say this is your top of your teeth, like the top of my knuckles, and it was growing like that into my other tooth. Nope, no help needed. I love my life. Why do most people have such a difficult time living in reality? It's because their life isn't as great as mine. It is, you know, reality has negatives and positives. And I have a lot of positives going on, but I also have negatives, and that's why some people don't want it. They want it to be all positive all the time. I don't know, Hallie's, maybe you do have a great life. Are you talking for yourself? Do you have a difficult time living in reality? There's nothing wrong with having dreams. Have big dreams. As someone said, build your castles in the sky. That's where they should be. But don't forget to put a foundation under them. I did not. I was really loopy. I had them done, both of them done on the same day. I think it was my top teeth that were growing like that. And I was, yeah, I had somebody else transport me. If I was down there, I'd give you a ride, man. You might be okay with, it also depends on what kind of drugs you take beforehand. I also had this surgery, like, also make sure they give you some good drugs. Stock up on food so once you do get back home, you're gonna have to take the pain pills. That's one time if you are into opioids, or I won't take opioids, but I did have Vicodin when I had that because the pain was so bad. And then they did gauze and like tea bags for the recovery process. I would say say you could probably, like, I'd say well, maybe some Tylenol with something. Anyway. David does go to see the dentist, yeah. That is one thing he does do. Not as frequently as other people, but when he has issues. No, go to get it taken care of. Here's what you should do is take your computer to the place, maybe, if you're going to suffer in pain and write. I was thinking, like, how long it takes to wear off. If you really insist on driving yourself. Oh, instead of taking the drugs they give you, you'll suffer in pain and write. The thing is that I do understand taking some pain medication sometimes, because if your body is in pain, it's like this stressed out. And what the pain medication, and it can't start healing because it's so tense. And the pain medication allows it to like relax so that it can get proper blood flow, and then it can start recovering. So in some ways I would say take the pain medication as directed, but don't overdo it. Don't get addicted. Yes, you should definitely do that. I would never recommend that, Miss Anthropy, because I'm not an imbiber or whatever you call it. But if you're not taking pain medication, then yes, I would definitely do that. Definitely. My jaw hurt because they had to, because my tooth was growing sideways, they actually had to cut it in order to take it out. It was surgery, basically, but I was wide awake. You treat your dog like the little girl she is. She doesn't know she's a dog and never will. Do you dress her up in little dresses and stuff? I don't eat hot dogs. Okay, I have had a hot dog before in my life, but normally I avoid eating hot dogs. Hello, baby girl, green eyes. Ah, that's a good one, Ticken. Alright, that's good. I eat bugs. Actually, it's the other way around, Dennis Rader, because I spend a lot of time near my compost my compost bin. So, I'm the one that is around the rotten food all the time. Ew, gross, but so fun. Well, not a dumpster. It's actually can at times smell worse than a dumpster, because a dumpster might just be like a lot of plastics and things that aren't decomposing. I'm actually around decomposing food. I do like the compost, but my compost bin's very easy because it's dump it, cover it, forget it. Well, you can in Washington State. I am seriously thinking about investing in a wait, that's not the right word. A human composting business. I think that's really great. Oh, Amber came in the room a little after 6 asking David where I was. Aw, so cute. Wow, I did not see that one. Hey, bugs. Wow. Yeah, sometimes I agree with you. Well, they don't even use necessarily wood in caskets all the time now. Sometimes they're fiberglass and stainless steel, and
yeah, they should be.
Yeah,
they should
but
be
I agree
wood,
with banning embalming fluid. David?
Yeah.
I do
Ban
not
embalming
want
fluid.
any embalming fluid to touch my body.
Yeah, I agree.
And no formaldehyde, nothing that's embalming in any way. So
You convinced me I don't want that either. Because
Really?
they can hide chemical traces of drugs if they do that.
Well,
I want to, I would never want cremation, but
I know he doesn't. What I was thinking,
But I
what
would be willing to not be
might
embalmed.
be good for you is to encase you in like a jelly-like fluid substance,
yes, I think that maybe
like gelatin or
cryogenics,
what's that
I think
other
would be
thing?
something I might.
David
I
would love
consider.
to be frozen. Maybe I should find out how much it costs for freezing.
That'd be
and I
great.
know how much I have to save
That'd be
up.
good.
I
I remember this moment 1,000 years from now.
And
I
then
have
you
that
know
thought.
what will happen with me when you're 1,000 years from now.
You'll be coming back as a clone.
Well, I guess I'll be a clone because you'll have to save some part of me to clone because I'm going to be with my worms.
Oh, right.
In the
yeah.
ground.
Yeah.
Under the tree.
Your worms will. Yeah,
Under
the
ooh,
tree.
The Gary Oak tree.
Okay. Well, let's not pick
You
a
know
place
those
right
live
now.
like thousands of years.
That's true. You can plant a Gary Oak tree on top of everything. I wanted to say this.
And tulips.
That's so nice. We have such an upbeat conversation about coffins tonight.
Macabre.
Macabre. All right, so Sarah's going to
I
take
had
a
a
break.
tough day, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You had a tough day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll talk about it later.
But no, we need to talk about it.
Okay.
We're gonna deal with it tomorrow.
Okay, good. Take care. Every single day with Sarah is so hard because she's such dedicated teacher. It's every day is full of new things. We figured out that she has like 500 things to do in one day because every kid has at least 7 or 8 things at any given time, and there's all these tasks to come up with things to talk about with the kids. And it's like a teacher is one of the hardest jobs in the world, really. When you think about it. You think it would be more therapeutic to listen to Sarah actively? I do listen to Sarah actively. Yeah. Sarah's always felt that women, or rather teachers, should bear arms. If they want. Not required, but if they want to. She's always felt that way, but we have a no weapon zone in all of our schools, and they abide by those rules. You're not allowed to carry a weapon to that area. Do you have kids, Bengalitis? Colloidal gold is too expensive. They do make it. If you go to a company called Oragold, you can get a really good product that is... Sarah and I met the owner of the company. He's an Italian. We met him in Vegas. And he walked right up to Sarah and said, "You got to try this. It is going to make your skin is so beautiful." He's like that. He wasn't French. He was Italian. "You got to try this. It's really good." That kind of thing. But apparently, it's suspended in a really nice little gelatin. I've used it before, and I'm not selling the card or the company But Oragold makes this amazing product. You rub it on your skin, and it does deep pore cleaning using the power of gold. I'm not endorsing this product. I'm just telling you what it does. And he showed us how it worked. You put the gelatin on your skin, and you rub your fingers, and then you take a cotton swab. It pulls dirt out of your skin, out of multiple layers. But if you're living on Pag in the slums of Manila, you're not going to really worry about Oragold. It's not going to be high on your list. Eating is more important. Pag is made out of food that's been dumped in dumpsters, meat products, that's been reissued and put back into food again. Pag, yeah. You want me to play you some Pag videos? Or would you prefer the video I have from Live Link, which I think is hilarious? This guy's actually fishing out of the sewer. Yeah, check it out. He gets a big one toward the end. I'll fast forward it. Look at this. He's pulling little fish out of the sewer. Isn't that exciting? Oh, come on, Dennis. Keep your love affair with her alone. Otherwise, it seems like you're stalking her. This guy's actually pulling fish out of the sewer. It's amazing. He's going to catch one. He caught one. Look at this. He wants to get this one out. Look at it, it's really tough. Check it out. Well, I just want to show you what people have to do to eat. This is what life is like in these tough areas. Yeah. It's in Some Places-stan, it's called. Some Places-stan. It's a small area in Somewhere-stan. Some Places-stan, Sewage City fish eating competition. There it is. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay. That's one dead, soon to be dead fish. And he eats that from the sewer. And that's his dinner for tonight. That's how he survives. And you're wondering, gee, I'm glad I got a McDonald's I can eat in the dumpster, you know. Your McDonald's and your Jack in the Box is a resource. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. Yes, you have dumpster opportunities for dining in the local fast food restaurant dumpster. Whatever. I mean, it's the Basomatic. It slices and dices and makes mounds and mounds of coleslaw. Yeah, it's the Fish-O-Matic. It's like the Fish-O-Matic. Now, these people have to eat anything they can. I think many of you are lucky you're living in America. You have no idea how the real world's living, do you? I was scrounging my garden to get my Swiss chard and pick my berries to eat my dinner. Have you seen the Arabic numerals 1 through 10 and never ask yourself, why don't they look like our Arabic numerals? No, I have never done that. Why are you studying? Are you want to be a Muslim now, Beekman? You don't strike me as a guy who'd want to be a Muslim. Yeah, have you ever felt your ass slapped after you had a vaccination? David, I decided to buy the Buck Rogers from the 25th Century TV show DVD box from the 70s due to the lack of good sci-fi movies in the last 20 years. Haven't you gotten into episodic sci-fi movies yet? What about Altered Carbon? I mean, that's worth at least 12 shows of weirdness. That's great. You are studying many different things, Beekman. It is so nice to have you in the room. Share your ideas with many of the other people in your college. But right now we're talking about politics. Do you mind? No offense, but we haven't seen you in a long time. We don't know who you fell into the hands with. You might even be in the clutches of ISIS, the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service.
We are now seeing chilling video from security cameras. One of the suspected bombers patting a young girl's head as he enters a church, seconds before a deadly explosion. More than 320 people were killed in the coordinated wave of attacks, including 4 Americans and at least 45 children. The FBI has joined the investigation. Sri Lanka's prime minister warned more attacks could be coming. Elizabeth Palmer is there.
ISIS released this video, claiming these are the suicide bombers pledging allegiance to Islamic State.
Oh, that's the retarded-looking guy that we were looking at last night. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's move this off the screen. I can't handle that. Yeah, I just think they're fingering some group. You know, what if this group, for instance, got, say, a couple $100,000 to take the blame? They would think, oh, we will absorb this. Only one person has to wear a face without, and he's the guy that screwed us out of everything. So they have this guy acting like the leader, and he's really the one who's taking the most risk with his face. Yeah. I still believe that the government is priming these people, making them into like Osama bin Laden strikeoffs. If you didn't know, Osama bin Laden worked for the CIA for years. His code name was Tim Osman. He was a secret agent for the CIA, Osama bin Laden. I hate to reel back on history and show you the truth, but sometimes the truth hurts and has to be talked about. It means that they're creating terrorist attacks to make us want to fight any Muslim out there. I call it Caliphate 2.0. You remember Caliphate 1.0 in 2010 when all those green screen beheading videos happened? Well, I call it Caliphate 2. And it's led by Zionists, people training people to be terrorists. Our CIA had training camps in Jordan prior to 2010. They probably still do. And the CIA trained terrorists to act like terrorists and actually pose like terrorists and be, let's pretend, terrorists. And their primary goal at this location was to brew the hatred for Muslims and make everyone want to hate them so that we'll go out and, it build up military hardware that costs a lot of money and create weapons of mass destruction that could very easily kill people. And that's why Barack Obama was used as a way to deliver UAVs on innocent people in Yemen. And that's why Donald Trump was used by the same group to deliver UAVs on people in Yemen. When he became president, within 8 days, Trump ordered the death of 31 innocent people. None of them were terrorists. And it's the fact that one of them was an 8-year-old little girl. Donald Trump ordered that 8 days into it. So whether these people are real, they're being told by operatives that they have to take the blame for this, it's part of the theater. If this is another layer of theater like Caliphate 1, where we were lied to with green screens, I got to pull up that video, that picture. It's the last thing I do tonight. Yeah, I've been looking for my picture of this Kim Kardashian picture, and same day Kim Kardashian lost her $12 million jewelry heist, that was the same day that our government admitted to financing the Pentagon, financed the green screen beheadings. I'm looking for that meme. It's in our record. It's just a ways back. Every time I go through my pictures, I end up getting caught, like I got caught on a picture of the alien. And I'm just kind of scanning my photographs. I have to go back into the mix. I'm going to go do a collection here. Bear with me for a second. Huh. Yeah. Next time I'll have to have this prepared sooner. Well, I'll be talking about this for some time, so I don't think this is going to disappear anytime soon. A lot of events just don't add up when you look at a lot of major world-class terrorist attacks, and when analyzing them, yeah, it's not happening. All right, I'll look elsewhere for it. I'm going to go online for it. Okay, in the meantime, this is the original plan. The goal has been to invade Syria all along, and now Trump is calling for European troops to now consolidate control in Syria, because Donald Trump went for my idea of getting out of Syria, I think in advance of anyone talking to him, and they said that, you know, we need to get out of Syria, and I'm glad that Trump said that, but Bolton is not on board with that. And Bolton has assured Netanyahu that we're going to remain in Syria. So now Donald's pitch is to Europe to help maintain presence in Syria, but that is congruent with the original plan to create a pipeline through Syria. You see, the New World Order is trying to build this pipeline, as evinced by the blue line, in order to get more oil from areas below that were rich in oil. And they're trying to do this plan. Russia similarly has a red line that they want to do to Europe. So I guess it really doesn't matter who drops the line as long as they do the oil to Europe. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to consolidate their power. But creating a war against Muslim is a lot easier than creating a war between Russia and the U.S. And so I think that the powers that be would rather we attacked any terrorist agent or country in order to implement their plan than actually start a war with Russia. So that's probably a good thing in that respect. But I still think that Russia is controlled as well by the very same people. Really? Go to bed before like 10 p.m.? Really? Why? Why are you scared of being banned? What's your concern? Topper Dan wants to talk about the dangers of Muslims. He wants to fan the flame of hatred toward Muslims. Well, Kim Kardashian wasn't political at the time, but it came out the same time as the story. So let me just look for it. There we go. Yeah. That would have saved me so much time if I just gone and looked for it. Anyway, let me show it to you right now. I'll have to remind myself just to Google anything I need. It's a lot faster than looking through my library. Sarah was telling me that a few years ago. I've got to just believe that and trust it. Yeah, the same day that Kim Kardashian was held at gunpoint in Paris, there was media frenzy. But that same day, the Pentagon was caught paying a firm $540 million to make fake terrorist videos. Media silence. You see what's happening? That's Caliphate 1. Now they know that the green screens didn't land very well, so they upped their ante, and now they've got, 290, now it's 310 people dead, 320 people dead. By the time this is all said and done, there'll probably be 350 people dead from all the injuries, people dying in the hospital. Well, I try to listen to what she says, yeah. If you guys are Jewish, I don't dislike Jewish people. I hope you realize that I embrace Israel. I actually feel that Israel is a great country. I just don't believe that the people that funded the Zionist takeover of that region should have the power to control the world. That's what I say. I cry foul. When I see our country being jerked around from underneath, from the secret money trails to Donald Trump and AIPAC money to Clinton and all the other Democrats, I know there are countries in jeopardy of being manipulated into yet another war. And we haven't even finished the Afghanistan and Iraq war, and Trump doesn't really have a solution for Syria, which I would have told him gladly if he'd only asked me. But just pulling out of Syria isn't alone enough. And if Trump had only reached out and instead of taking my ideas from our show and asked me questions about answers to these questions, it would have been better if we talked about that. Because obviously there is a way out diplomatically with Syria. And Russia could be involved in this. I mean, the primary goal is a pipeline. Why does the red and the blue line have to actually disagree? I don't understand. Clearly, there's a common ground for all people in this region to have a stake in oil pipeline, and this was originally Zbigniew Brzezinski's idea, the architect of the New World Order, and clearly it hasn't been implemented. So this is really the gist of what their big plan is in the region, that and protect Israel from all enemies, known or unknown. Yeah, so we're pretty friendly toward all the people who are from the Israeli background. Of course, I used to know people that worked and were in the military in Israel. When I went to high school, I met a young man who he was 17 years old, and he was doing a time in America just as a foreign student. And he had to go back to Israel and spend 2 years in the army. It's mandatory. Every young man in Israel has to serve in the military. I met that guy. He's a nice guy, but I'm not happy with the JDL's misuse of the rights of the Palestinian people. I mean, this is crazy. 61 dead. That's got to stop. So we can use economic sanctions against Israel. We can certainly move in that direction. We can impose a simple request. Yeah, how much are they willing to go? I mean, are they willing to sign a nuclear non-proliferation treaty? Because if they are, then we could probably continue with the payments of $3.5 billion a year to Israel. Anyway, let's get back to the obstruction case. Hillary's piped in on this. Anyone other than Trump would have been indicted for obstruction, she says. I think she would have been able to work with Russia too. The same thing would have applied to her. They wouldn't have been able to impeach her either. She believes Donald Trump would have been indicted in Special Counsel Robert Mueller's probe if he weren't president. Those stop short of calling for his impeachment. Isn't that interesting? So Hillary Clinton won't commit to impeachment. Nancy Pelosi won't commit to impeachment. Elizabeth Warren and Ocasio are sitting out there with Adam Schiff. I mean, it looks like a menage a what or whatever. Yeah. I don't plan on selling anything to anybody. That's my point. I'm not trying to make money. Why are you sending me to a Twitch site with Stefan Fra? You know, I'm not allowed to actually enter the Twitch site.
Is that how it works?
Bounty hunting live. Wow. You know, I'm not really into bounty hunting. You don't mind? I don't really want to track anybody down right now. Trump is screwing up left and right. You know, I'm going to show this to you. This will kind of open your mind a little bit. Let's see if I can bring up this image. Yeah, here, I'm going to give you a link. Voted for Trump? Read this. Yeah, let me do this. Here, you can take it over to iBlog too if you want. Yeah, I'm going to show you what I'm going to read here. It's very simple. Trump has not followed through on anything. A lot of Trump supporters are coming in here pissed off. And this guy, Mad's mom, laid it on the line. He said, as of today, no wall, no immigration law, new immigration law, no revised immigration laws, no H-1B visas canceled, no DACA repeals, no birthright anchor baby repeal, no sanctuary city lawsuits, no E-Verify requirement, no border closure, no cancellation of the visa lottery, no arrest of any swamp creatures or elite pedos, no stop to chemtrails, human trafficking or CIA drug running, no stop of the 5G, GMO foods, vaccines, fluoride, chemtrails, no support for Assange WikiLeaks that got him elected, and no Clinton prosecution, and got nothing. Are you happy? Are you happy you voted for Trump and got nothing? Seriously. Think about it. He's playing you people. My goodness. You're not getting anything you wanted. You know that the refugee resettlement program is still underway from the UN. And I just showed you a parking lot full of 6,000 UN vehicles in Jacksonville, Florida at an air pad. Yeah, believe me, you're being played right now. You got a little bit of time left, but not much. Unless you commit to a new third party, you people are going down with the ship. Yeah, they're literally going to turn America into a FEMA camp. Have you been to recent Walmarts in your area at all? I have. I've been all over the country, but mostly in my area. But recently I've seen a major revision. Walmarts no longer have a lot of the tiles that they once had. They got rid of them. I was willing to shut down the border only if we had a national crisis. Only if. Yeah, not to destroy trade. Look what just mere mention of a shutting down the border caused the cost of avocados. Yeah. No, Russia's already attacking us right now. Bengalitis says, David, will Russia and China eventually attack us? Russia is attacking us right now. We're under attack right now. There's a complete, total collusion operation going on at the White House every day. And we're just sitting here wasting time watching people smoke weed and wonder what the hell's going on. So yeah, there's serious things happening. While you're looking at the Jussie situation, Jussie, everyone was obsessed with over the actor lying about being attacked. The Houston PD admitted they lied about a raid that killed an innocent couple. That same day, a BBC producer revealed the hospital scene was staged after the sarin attack, the Dumas sarin attack. That's a huge story right there. Completely covered up. And then the beef industry is now backing bills to ban the sale of plant-based meats. That's interesting, considering many of us are going to veganism and vegetarianism. But we're also tuned into GMO and we're worried about that. And a report found a record-breaking $5.7 billion was spent on the midterm elections. So, yeah. We now back to our regular scheduled brainwashing. Yeah, so they put these things out so that they mesmerize us with nonsense, and then Jussie doesn't even get any charges, and then we forget the big news. No, I can't show you that shampoo. It's in the other room. Sorry. You vote for a new party. I've been pitching a new party ever since I started 10 years ago. I wouldn't be doing this show every night if I didn't believe that a third party is our way out. I've been dangling the keys to the future of your life and the future of America's future in general in front of you, and you just don't realize the keys are right here. We can do this. We can build a centrist platform which protects your gun rights and builds a solution-based, inventive-based solution to the environmental crisis. Something that is inventive, that innovative and solves problems. Not taking away your cars like the Green Deal, but offering muffler solutions for carbon emissions free of charge. That might be an idea. Might be we could fit that into the budget, especially for the biggest polluters like shipping lines and carriers. There are 16 carriers that produce so much pollution moving stuff across this global New World Order economy that it's causing a massive amount of air pollution. We can stop that, and we can also stop the chemtrails. The two parties won't even acknowledge these chemtrails are happening. I mean, at least I talk about it and we discuss what's going on. They're dumping on you like daily amounts of chemicals. We're not ignoring that fact. We go out of our way to talk about how we can build solar panels using the Army Corps of Engineers design right here. I mean, these are simple ideas, but I mean, my goodness, you're never going to get these ideas from the two-party system. They just continually want to prime the pump of contracted American business. They're going to screw you, the consumer, in the long run because the Democrats, Republicans don't care about you. Take healthcare, for instance. You're getting hosed. You get sick, you're screwed. Your entire life savings gone. You think I'm kidding? The Democrats didn't protect you with Obamacare, and now they're talking about a new Medicare for all, which they estimate will cost $20 trillion, not just 2 or 3, like Obamacare did, over a 5-year period. Yeah, we're really screwed with the Democrats. They won't lower the cost of medicine. Hello there, Darlene from Florida. Is this Florida, as in southern Florida, Darlene? Yeah, America's health plan is don't get sick and pray that you don't get sick. That's true, Topper Dan. So just wait till this movement materializes, but help it, get it along, because we're getting knocked down every night. Every night I get slammed. We had numerous trolls come in here who are getting paid by Mark, who gets money from the Russians to stop me. The only voice out there addressing the solid big void in the discussion, why isn't Paul Manafort facing his second trial on money laundering? And how come Donald Trump hasn't revealed his tax returns? I mean, that's the smoking gun right there. Oh, I gladly show you 10 years of my tax returns. And you trust a man who said that and refuses now to show anybody his tax returns? What's wrong with you Republicans? You believe an outright liar like Trump, who said he'd gladly show his tax returns and refuses to show them? And you defend him like that's okay to lie to the American people. Where do you draw your ethical lines, you Republicans? Do you like kind of the people that would run over a bag person and hope nobody saw you so that you don't get charged with manslaughter? No, I was just driving and I had a bump in my car. I didn't feel it, I think Republicans could care less about humanity. They're such suck-ass liars, they're looking at Trump like he's a good guy, kind of like the Iranians that love to hear their neighbors talk about how they screwed somebody over. Yes, you would not believe this man was so stupid. I took him for $50,000. They really pride themselves in Iran like that. Nothing Trump could do would change that. The money doesn't go to NATO. It goes to their own defense. Well, Trump has already initiated a program where Europe is building their own defense force now. Thanks. And NATO's losing interest in seeing us as an ally. Thanks, Trump. And guess who wins with that concept? Russia. Russia wants us to alienate NATO. Who's been alienating NATO? Trump. Oh, so Trump's doing exactly what Russia wants to do. Yeah. What about those sanctions and that woman that met with Donald Trump Jr. to end the sanctions? That was her primary goal, the Russian attorney. She met Trump at the New York Tower, Donald Trump Jr., and Donald Trump Jr. initially said under oath that he was meeting to discuss adoptions of Russian children. Yeah. And then he went home and then within a week and a half re-engineered his testimony to, I was looking for emails from Hillary Clinton. After Donald Trump weighed in on it, according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, which is tantamount to witness tampering. Donald Trump witness tampered with Donald Trump Jr. when he told him what to say. And what was Donald Trump hiding? The fact is they were meeting the Russian attorney to end sanctions ahead of the election as some sort of a deal. Yeah, that's collusion and an attempt to make a bond that would lead to Russia's sanctions not being imposed. And did Donald impose sanctions? No. For a year and a half, he refused. Who wins there? Russia. Are you starting to get the picture? All right, I'm going to play some music. I'll be right there. Yeah. Yowza, yowza, yowza. It just keeps rolling. Okay, I'm back. Thank you. Am I looking a little jaundiced today? Should I go with a little lighter color? I think I'm coming in a little less pinkish. Yes, yeah. Met with Glenn Simpson day before Tower meeting. The day of the Tower meeting, the day after it was a setup, Dave. I don't believe Clinton was trying to entrap the president. That's BS. You come up with an elaborate cover story, Topper Dad. Sorry, I don't buy it. Nice try, though. It just you can elaborate any way you want. The bottom line is Donald Trump Jr. twisted his testimony after Trump weighed in on it. Case solved. Just bring a jury to me, and I'll be glad to convince them. Yeah. End of story. Plus, you want to talk about obstruction. Donald Trump is still obstructing by implanting William Barr in the Attorney General position, a man who willingly wrote a 19-page letter in defense of Michael Flynn. William Barr writes a letter in defense of Michael Flynn, a Russian agent. That's a little bit subjective, don't you think? Implicating William Barr. This happened before the investigation, and it's on record, along with urging Rod Rosenstein not to in any way investigate obstruction. That is in and of itself obstruction. I rest my case. Would you like to have more fun talking about the Obamas? We had a good time talking about Michael LaVaughn Robinson earlier. That was fun. We have a heart, yes, Darlene. We care. What was your question? And Bob, don't pick on Darlene, please. I will mute you. We're trying to nourish a relationship here with a new viewer. And Bob, you're not coming in very nice toward her. I've analyzed your chat, and you sound very misogynistic, Bob. Do you treat every woman like this in chat the same way, as if they're your mom, who you hate for giving birth to you? Well, I don't know. Darlene lost her mom 4 days ago. Cut her some space, man. Jeez. Dave, my dad says the poor are useless eaters. Well, that's because your dad has chosen to believe that people don't matter. A lot of people just relegate people themselves into the garbage can. A lot of people are being trained to be sociopaths. Now, we're sorry to hear that, Darlene. I'm very, very sad to hear that. It's a tough time to go through. No, seriously. But the good news is, hey, we have a president. It's better than not having a president, right? He seems to be pretty much responding to stimuli. He's not like, unable to communicate. He has a drip in his nose that I'm sure he's working on, but other than that, he's pretty much together. You are a sociopath, Topper Dan? Oh, you're not a sociopath, but the poor are a pain? They can't cope with complexity? We need to stop paying for them to procreate? Well, we have a plan to do that, Topper Dan, and Trump doesn't. My $500 a month per U.S. citizen plan, it will phase out welfare. We're hoping to phase out welfare in the year following. Yeah. Welfare itself is giving children, money, parents of children, $250 a piece, so they have an incentive to have children. We'll match similar amounts of money with WIC funds initially to help people through this transition, and modify maybe the $500 payment for women with kids. That's an option. But clearly that women aren't getting enough, support at the early stages of their pregnancy. I'm urging people in the healthcare sector to offer their homes to pregnant, wayward women. Same with you people in churches, too. I think that would be good. Yeah, so maybe I'm thinking of a cash incentive for wayward women who have nothing, no funds. Maybe put together a trust fund in your church for maybe $20,000 or $30,000. I'll bet there are a lot of women that would carry their child to full pregnancy. Wow, 16 Razor cartridge refills for $16.96. That's almost as good as my Track 2 deal. 16 Razor cartridge refills for $1. But yeah, I had to beat you on that one. But what is it? Track 4 or something, or Fusion? What kind of track is it? He's my bro, dude. Well, let me just get this offer $1,000, $500. I was thinking of upping it to $1,010 if Yang wins the Democratic nomination. So right now it stands at a $500 per month for every U.S. adult citizen who is not currently collecting Social Security or disability. Anyone who wants to qualify would just simply contact, and then you'd get hooked up. There are people that are so proud, myself included, that I probably wouldn't take this money. Yeah. The asterisk is for, I'll show it to you in a second, but the asterisk is for anyone who collects disability or Social Security. So for all U.S. adult citizens, $500 a month. Oh, good deal. Yeah. Now this is going to wean people off of welfare, and like welfare mothers that get right now big checks because their family's all on welfare, and then the younger daughter gets welfare money. they're going to be hurting. But a lot of these families are getting older, and kids are reaching the age of 18, and at 18 they can start collecting their money. And it'll help a lot of kids in transition who are trying to emancipate from their parents. This is kind of a smoothing option. It's the elixir to our economy that we need to finesse some retail back into life forms, because a lot of companies are closing because people don't have any discretionary income. But we've got a lot of muscle with this too. We could force Walmart to pay their employees $15 an hour simply by saying they won't be qualifying to receive EBT money at Walmart unless we make that happen. Just make that designation. You can't receive EBT money at Walmart or any box store that doesn't pay $15 an hour, including Papa Murphy's. Any store that gets food stamp money would have to pay $15 an hour minimum. Isn't that a smooth move? And then I bypass the minimum wage laws. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're appreciative of me. Thanks. Thank you. Well, I'm glad we've reached a point of understanding what's going on. I mean, it took a long time to get here. We were talking at the beginning of our show about this little place called Orgy Island and Jeffrey Epstein and how he got off with only a year, light, open, I think it was an outdoor prison where you could come and go as you please. But right here in the little town near Puerto Rico is the St. James Island, the British Virgin Islands. And this is where his little place exists. Yes, this is the place. We are zooming in on Orgy Island. Little St. James Island, that's it. Very weird. And I have a photograph here of the possible underground entrance to the subterranean level. Yeah, possible alternative entrance to the subterranean level. And the occult rape dungeon, in which the same owl is seen in the Bohemian Grove shows, is used as the satanic ritualistic mass where they conduct child sacrifices, allegedly. Yeah. So, sorry. Yeah, so we got a lot of things to talk about. The elite Zionist connection has a link to this human trafficking ring, if you will, and the pipeline of human trafficking that's been going on under Donald Trump. 4,500 kids have been displaced at the border, and Trump has not bothered to even send a task force down there to help find their parents, because many of them are missing. Many of them have already been trafficked and put into a chain of sex traffickers that take them all over and then distribute them among pedophiles. Thank you. Well, we're not really trying to, if we're going to offer $500 a month in EBT for anybody to know, thank you. It is a sidestep to the minimum wage law issue, and it doesn't force Walmart to have a union. I feel a little bit weird forcing a private union on Walmart, considering even Barack Obama didn't bother there. But when the ruling from the Supreme Court in 2015, I believe, said that Walmart employees cannot file a class action lawsuit against their employer, 77,000 women were left in the lurch on that one. And it's kind of like nobody picked up the ball there and helped the poor people at work every day, 1.5 million at Walmart. Walmart makes on average $13 billion a year in profit. So I think we could make that work. I'm sure Walmart would be at least amenable to the idea. If not, they'd be losing a huge amount of income. 38% of the food purchased in this country is purchased at Walmarts and super Walmarts. And that's food stamp money. Yeah. So that's a big chunk of change. A lot of the money we're putting out will be going to Walmart's hands, believe it or not. Yeah, so we have a little clout there. Another idea I have is the infrastructure bank offering 2% loans to businesses, offering only U.S. citizens $15 an hour. And they won't be allowed to hire illegals. Any company that gets the 2% loan from our infrastructure bank would have to hire U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. Another sidestep to the break we have in between the Democrats and Republicans on the minimum wage law. It's a simple solution, but at least it builds infrastructure and helps the country grow and gives people the kind of start we need as a nation. Okay, the Media Verification Alliance is something I've created. I'm starting to upload videos to 153news.net, and I'm at the rocky stage of just wanting to throw stuff out right now and just spit it out, and it's not really that good. I'll admit that. But I'm putting things together, and I'm going to be looking at every event that's happened from a questions perspective, as opposed to Alex Jones, who made statements, emphatic statements like Sandy Hook was a hoax, blah, blah, blah. We're looking at all the evidence or lack thereof. That's a whole different approach. And treating it with the scientific method applied to each individual terrorist attack that happens on U.S. or foreign soil. So as much as this is a commitment I have toward this, it's also something I'm going to be experimenting with making videos. So Kohl's announced expansion of Amazon returns to an all Kohl's store. Oh, that's exciting. Do you think of me when you shop at Walmart? I do. I think of you only. In that I don't know you. You're the imaginary person I don't know. And I'm always thinking about you. Kohl's announced expansion of Amazon returns to Kohl's stores nationwide. Wow. Okay. We're thrilled to bring Amazon returns at Kohl's to all our stores across. Wow, so Kohl's is really trying to do a handshake with Amazon. That's interesting. I hope it works out for them. They were unable to actually correspond with us properly when we signed up to a Kohl's account. We never got our mail right. It was weird. We called up 3 times and we could never get our $15 discount coupons or whatever they send you. I know. I just like going there. I used to go there looking for value, and I saw everything overpriced in the racks and going, wait a second, 30% off of this is, I could do better at a thrift store. Better quality too. I bought this coat at a thrift store. $5. All right, well that's exciting about Kohl's. I can't wait to stop thinking about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of freaking out by the overwhelming lack of activity by the Democrats. Elizabeth Warren is putting out her plan for immigration, or for impeachment rather, and I've yet to see any real tangible hit points on impeachment. I'll have to research what she's doing. Elizabeth Warren, who I believe should be charged with fraud for pretending to be Cherokee, that's my idea. Trump hasn't bothered to charge her with anything. Anyway, Elizabeth Warren should definitely get my encouragement too for starting the impeachment process. So I'm kind of mixed on Elizabeth Warren right now. How to virtually visit 31 national parks using Google Maps. Lifehacker. This is pretty good. My plan to tackle student debt is a good one. Yeah, this is my 6-week to 6-month certification program, which the government will pay for. And it'll be comprised of a double Pell Grant system that when you qualify with low income, you'll get your education paid for. But it won't last more than 6 months. It's untenable for our country to finance that huge cost of education for everyone who wants a full 4-year education. But I can get you certified in an area that'll get you $20 an hour. That much I want to deliver on. And lock in on fixed rate tuition. If people are going to use Pell Grants, they should lock in on the tuition at those institutions that cash those checks. I'd also like to see an amalgamation of the entire FAFSA loan system, a $1.3 trillion debt load and liability, combined into one single fixed rate note, with the infrastructure bank I'm talking about. So we could absorb a $1.3 trillion amount of money if we are building an infrastructure bank. That would keep the flow of money coming in, and your debt would be paid off effectively quickly. Right now, you're paying so much balloon interest up front that your debt to your student loans won't be 30 years till you actually pay toward your principal. And that's something that's got to change. And we can do that with an infrastructure bank. That much is possible. Man, it seems like I've got things I've lost inside of my I keep looking down here for my links, and they just keep disappearing. Maybe somebody's been smoking a little too much marijuana. Now here's a guy who actually released the Iridium rocket into the atmosphere in Los Angeles. And he is now being investigated for his top secret clearance because of this episode where he was smoking something. I guess it's marijuana. I don't know what it is. But the Iridium rocket system is rocket blast went off over the skies of LA, and you can see right here that this is not some lightweight blast. This is essentially him toking on the atmosphere and wiping out our entire sky with particulates. All these particulates are being breathed by the people of Los Angeles right now. Every single thing you see in the air above LA caused by Elon Musk, all this is all being breathed right now by the people of Los Angeles to this day. It's lingering in a soup of radioactive, or let's say heavy metals that are charged. So what this Iridium rocket was an elaborate BS about what they're doing above the skies of Los Angeles. I don't believe Elon Musk has a credible space program at all. I think it's a complete sham, and I think he's a joke. He says that it's so fake it's real when he sent that car into space out of Florida. And we all exposed that and showed you the green screen behind the car. And he still contends it's so fake it's real. I don't believe Elon Musk is legit. I think he's bought and sold. There's something about him that just doesn't add up. Well, I don't think we can GMO the stink out of marijuana effectively, because ironically the stink implies it's really strong. Like the idea of skunk weed. That's usually the strongest marijuana you can smoke. But I'm sure they can try to GMO the smell out of it. But I'm worried about the moldicide they're using on marijuana in recreational states, or anywhere for that matter. Moldicide has a chemical in it that, if used on food, you can eat it. It's not too disturbing to eat moldicide, apparently. But if you burn it, it turns into cyanide. So some people who are smoking marijuana get into a bad batch of pot used with moldicide are getting this extreme nausea, which some people just don't understand. They think that's some sort of a weird thing happening. They're smoking cyanide. That's what's happening. And the government's not taking a lead on this, and because Donald Trump has been so far backward on the idea of legalization, it's turned our country upside down. We don't have any leadership. We need a standard of nutritional fertilizers should be used, certain fertilizers that are safe. We should have a standard imposed on everybody growing pot. At the very least, we should warn them. Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll go back to that virtual trip. I wanted to go to one of the parks virtually, and the only way I can do it is to kind of head in here, dive in, access the park tour here. Access point accessed. Hold on, please. Here we go. Let's take a trip. Yeah. We're going to decide which park to go to. Yeah, I get to have fun, I don't just talk incessantly. I've never been to Guadalupe National Park. Let's see what it looks like. Let's go. Whoa. Whoa, dude. I'm there. Wow. Walking in the park. Going down the road with the park people. And look at this amazing vista. Okay, ooh, yeah. You know, I'm gonna restart and go to another place because that's really dry and I was kind of getting parched just looking at it. Let's hit the back button. Hello. How about refresh? Okay. Looting in progress. All right. Oh, yeah, photosphere. Let's go back to that. Take me to the photosphere. Take me to your leader. Okay, so the photosphere, I have to go around this way. Okay. Cayuga. Oh, I'm lost. Where am I? I'm completely upside down. Take me to your photosphere. Glacier National Park. Let's go there. Let's go. Whoa! Lake McDonald, you are here. Dude, I'm at Lake McDonald. Offering kayaking and canoeing, this scenic alpine lake is the largest in Glacier National Park. Whoa. Isn't this cool? Whoa, hi, ma'am. What's your name? Doesn't she have that look of contentment? Not realizing Google Earth is looking at her at the most beautiful place in the world. Isn't that cool? Man, that's amazing. Faces have been changed to protect the innocent. All facial recognition systems have been altered. Beep. No, actually, she's probably a cool lady, probably hanging out. No, she might be real. She might be your one woman that's ideal for you in your mind. Okay, back to the photosphere. See, we don't just talk about politics every day. We have fun. At least I do. I try to. Okay, back up. And there we go. Whoa, that's kind of cool. You know, toggle through the entire area. Okay, Yellowstone National Park. Yay. Let's go. Whoa, yeah. Dude, I love Yellowstone. I absolutely find it very beautiful. Except the fact that it's a cauldron, a caldera of boiling lava sitting on the surface of the earth waiting to blow at any time. Other than that, it's really nice. This is Norris Geyser Basin. If you walk out there, you dissolve into the burning sulfuric acid. Stay on the guided path, whatever you do. You know, at any time, this whole area could become a blast zone. You don't know. They've had like 50 earthquakes in 1 year at this location. All right, I've done enough. Thank you for touring. If you want to do the Google Earth, you can do it yourself. Go to lifehacker.com. Check it out. If you're really bored and you want to go hiking, do it digitally. Do 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 do. Yeah, cool, huh? Okay, let's go through a litany of things that we have on Donald Trump. I know many of you are still interested in knowing more. The Mueller report did reveal a lot. It revealed that Donald Trump has been trying to commit obstruction of justice, but was unable many, many times. 7 times he forced his own people to lie to the press corps, according to the Mueller report. Spicer and Sarah Sanders were ordered to lie by Donald Trump, according to these reports. And apparently not a lot of his statements were taken seriously because Donald Trump was literally going around. According to Mueller, he said, "I'm effed." When Mueller was appointed special prosecutor, Donald was heard by more than one person that he's effed. Now that's a sign of a guilty person. Forcing his press secretaries to lie 7 times is a sign of a guilty person. Okay? We're just getting started here. I'm revving up. And from Comey to the Trump Tower, the report documents without even trying how easily Trump's press secretaries lied for him. So that means a serious amount of effort to obstruct by lying. But the PP tape was mentioned. Comey's briefing included the Steele reporting's unverified allegation that the Russians had compromising tapes of the president involving conduct that when he was a private citizen during an 2013 trip to Moscow for the Miss Universe pageant. During the 2016 presidential campaign, a similar claim may have reached candidate Trump. In October 30th of 2016, Michael Cohen received a text from a Russian businessman, Georgy Ritslats, that said, "Stop flow of tapes from Russia, but not sure if there's anything else, just so you know." This is communication that was validated. Michael Cohen was told to stop this. They were stopping the flow of tapes from Russia. Ritslatslik said that the tapes referred to compromising tapes of Trump rumored to be held by persons associated with the Russian real estate conglomerate Crocus Group, which had helped host the 2013 Miss Universe pageant in Russia. Cohen said he spoke to Trump about the issue after receiving the text from Ritsaltse, and Ritsaltse said he was told the tapes were fake. But he did not communicate that to Cohen. So Ritsaltse has changed his testimony after Vladimir Putin told him, "We are not to talk about the presidential controls that we have over Donald Trump." It looks more and more like the sex tape is real. But what really lowers the boom on Trump, and this was never investigated, by the way, nor was the Moscow meeting Trump had and the conflict of testimony between the bodyguard who said that Trump went into the hotel room and came out the next morning to Trump himself, who said he just changed his clothes there. And they were definitely approached by 5 women wanting to have sex with the president. That's according to the Trump bodyguard's testimony of 14 years, his bodyguard. That was not evident in the Mueller paperwork, which means Mueller openly suppressed the entire interview with the bodyguard, unless that's been redacted. If that's the redacted video part that we don't know about, then that too is part of the incriminating evidence that they really do hold on Trump. This is interesting because Robert Mueller collected a nude selfie as evidence in the Russian probe. According to the attorney for indicted firm Concord Management and Consulting. This is a real story, people, and there is definitely a nude selfie in play. There's definitely something in there, so it's probably part of the redacted bit that wasn't even looked at by the Democrats. I believe this, absolutely, Bob. Oh yeah, I believe that there's a sex selfie of Trump, and I'm concerned about national security. Why would I be talking about it if I didn't believe this?
Exactly. Obviously, David believes it.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Give me a quickie. I just have to freshen up.
Freshen up. Take your time. All is well. Thank you so much, Zellfire. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be back. I'm very good. Okay. Sarah is on after 9. Well, yes, only because I know 10 o'clock my lights go out, but I'm here after 9 because I was late tonight. I went to a training, pretty cool training, actually. Learned some stuff. I liked it. The main thing I learned is that how important relationships are in education, because students really don't learn a lot from people that they don't like. Well, if they like someone, they're more likely to listen to them and actually learn from them. Yes, I will be sleeping after 10 o'clock. I agree with that, Prepper. Always, yeah, prefer to not ever have that taken. If you do end up in a situation where that does happen, make sure you delete them right away. There are a couple of people that don't like me. It's true. There are some books I really don't like. I had a really long day, Bob's trailer. I did. I had a long day. But that's okay. Yeah, actually. But I'm going to try to build up relationships, not with Connie. Sorry, I don't have to teach her, so. Sorry. Yeah. But I'm gonna, with students, always work on building good relationships. You've been looking for good audiobooks, but you lost interest. I tell you, I have this really cool app through my local library. It's called Libby. And then I check out books from my local library, and that's what I do for audiobooks. And I've been listening to some good ones. I kind of have a thing for leadership and business. One of the audiobooks I'll tell you that I've listened to recently, the one I'm listening to right now, is really actually quite good. If you want to put forward some effort into making money and not working too hard, it's called The 4-Hour Workweek by Timothy Fleiss. It starts with an F, but it's called The 4-Hour Workweek. The other one I was listening to, it was pretty good. It's 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel. Yeah, I check out audiobooks online. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then I really liked the Magic of Tidying Up with Marie Kondo. It's not Marie Kondo who reads it, it's the English woman. I actually like one that I had to return early, so it's back on my list to check out when it becomes available. And I'm on a waiting list for that. But it's The Effective Executive. I think that's by Peter Drucker. Other things I like to do if I can't find audiobooks are TED Talks. I highly recommend Start With Why by Simon Sinek. I think it's Sinek. Is it Sinek? Sinek? S-I-N-E-K. I also like John Maxwell's books. I got into a Twitter chat with him, and ever since then he's a good self-promoter, and he's really good at leadership. Narrators do make all the difference. I have to say I've heard a couple of them that they are the author reading, and I have to say that John Maxwell does a really good job narrating. Peter Thiel, I don't know. Not so much. Sorry, but anyway. You know who I would like to read an audiobook by? Is from Sebastian Thrun. Thrun, T-H-R-U-N. Sebastian, do you have any books out? Have you thought of writing a book? I would probably listen to it. I don't know if you have any books out, but I should look into that. Anyway, those are all my suggestions. Then, of course, you could follow like what Bill Gates reads and Warren Buffett and all those people. Since I know, wait, let me move it over here so David's always like, let me make this smaller. Since I no longer expect anything from mankind except madness, meanness, and mendacity, egotism, cowardice, and self-delusion, I have stopped being a misanthrope. It's like a reality check. That's pretty funny. Yeah, you know, that's the thing about, like, I like that LibriVox recordings. How it's like, all of these are in the public domain and anybody can read them. Well, then some of them are, like, really good because they have great narrators, and some of them are like, please bang my head against the wall, or just give me the paperback. I could do a better version reading. Oh. Maybe I should read. I like reading. I like reading out loud, and I could do some of those books in the public domain. I just have to make sure, like right now, I'm talking and my voice isn't like I would want it to be, but sometimes I can get into the voices and do the characters. Dear Mom, please help me. Son, that's not the way it should be. You know, all that. That would be pretty cool. Ooh, that sounds good. Maybe you should make a better audiobook recording of the conspiracy against the human race. The voices make all the difference. There's one, I have to say, the narrator of, yes, what was it? Gray. Yeah, that Gray book series. She's a really good narrator. No, Howie, he very rarely eats Rice Krispies. David's not a Rice Krispies fan. He's like, all organic. Are you like listening to Leonard Nimoy in different documentaries? Yeah, he has a pretty good voice. Be good to find some audiobooks he does. Maybe organic crisps, I don't know. Anyway. So, but I really do like listening to audiobooks. I did, like, my stereo, my car is now set to like auxiliary, so that I download them on my phone and then I just play them on the way to and from work. And what's nice about that is that then it's it's like limiting all the other information overload. So I've stopped reading the news purposefully. And that came from 2 audiobooks, and I'm like, I like that idea. I'm gonna do it. And then one of them I heard and I was like, I like that idea. And then I heard it again and I was like, oh, I didn't do it last time. I'm gonna do it this time. And like 4-Hour Workweek's one of those. It's just like, you don't need all this negative information. Well, his focus wasn't focused on negative information. It was just like, stop the information that overload. But his book is actually pretty good. So good that it's like, whoa, I should get probably the print version of it, because it tells you like specific websites that you should go to do things that will maybe help you start a business. And yeah. But then I was like, it's funny. I'm like, do I really want to do that though? People tell you you should take a break from the news, but you don't even check the same news that they do. I decided to not check any news. If it's important enough, I will hear about it. Obviously, David like checks all the news, but part of that is not really, to me, news. It's more like conspiracies. So I just like, I take that with a grain of salt. If it doesn't affect me personally, like, I'm not gonna worry about it. That's really the thing. It's like so much times the news, like, it just clogs your brain. And not just news, but then there's also, I have to say this, family. I love my family, but also like, I wonder if I can make this smaller. Anyway, I love my family, but I don't know, if your family's anything like my family at least was, or sometimes is, there's just so much drama with families that in order for you to retain your own happy place, you kind of have to detach from your family. You don't need all that drama. Sorry. If your family lifts you up and helps nourish your soul and gives you positive, that's awesome. But families are often just so much drama and so much like dredging up history or the newest, greatest, somebody needs rescuing, or, you know, it's just all of that. It's just, no. Rescue yourself first. As someone says, you need to, if you, especially this is good advice for people who are very caring. The airplanes always tell you if there's going to be a crash or something, put the oxygen mask on yourself first. Because if you run out of oxygen, then you can't put you can't help put the oxygen mask on other people. And so the idea should be applied to taking care of yourself also emotionally, not just physically, but taking care of yourself so that you can help take care of others. Because I know there's so many caring people out there and they're like, but I've got to help my whoever. And the thing is, and it's not, and you're like, it's selfish. Some people feel like it's selfish to take care of yourself. But if you don't take care of yourself, what will happen is that somebody will end up having to take care of you, because you will get so burnt out that you will wear your body down, and you could even become sick or bedridden, and then somebody will have to take care of you when you're sick, rather than you taking care of all these people that you're taking care of. So take care of yourself first. Yeah, that's true, Misanthropy. It could be said about almost everyone. Humans love their drama. That's what their news gives them, their drama. Maybe that's it. Sarah has always sounded like a self-help book. Sarah loves self-help books too, by the way. I could probably write a self-help book. I've read so many of them. And I would do that whole thing, like, take care of yourself so that you can take care of others. And then, you know, yeah. And then, there's this one I thought of, a good idea for a chapter, maybe in a self-help book or maybe a teaching book. One of the things I did about, thank you very much, Bob. Tonight in my training, I was learning about this mantra, like something you say to yourself and something you have for us, like we have our students say, and someone has one like be truthful, be kind, be truthful, be brave. I don't know.
You haven't had any dinner, right?
No, but I had some cheese and crackers.
You want some oatmeal?
Sure.
I'll make you a packet of oatmeal, organic.
Okay. And then, but anyway, it's like things you tell yourself and tell other people. I could write a book to help teachers become better. I'm thinking about it. My first book, or my next book that's true, Scissor Fight. I've decided the book I hate, by the way, sorry, Shel Silverstein, but I really hate it, is The Giving Tree. Because at the end of The Giving Tree, like the entire tree gets chopped down. Like, he doesn't plant an acorn. There's not another tree that grows nearby. The Giving Tree gives so much until it's like completely taken advantage of and it's completely destroyed. I hate that message. Give until you can't give anymore. No. And my friend tonight was like, I like the message, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, well, if you're a parent, I'm like, I guess that's why I don't have kids. I mean, I give a lot, but I'm not going to give my entire being until I don't have anything left to give. I'm going to nourish myself so that I can continue to give. I'll grow bigger as a tree, and then I can give bigger branches. Yeah. Anyway, the next book, speaking of trees and giving and all that, the next book I'm going to write is about being green and my worm composting. That's going to be my next book. I'm working on it. I have this whole idea, but I'm definitely working on it. True, Howie. Yeah, Howie, I just read what Salty wrote too, and I'm like, I think the same thing. Is that facepalm? Like, oh goodness. Yes. Yeah. I just want to do the best I can with the tools I have and be the best teacher that I can be. Yeah, and I don't want to be taken advantage of. I really don't. Why can't I change the size of this? That's so weird. All right. Yeah. But I do have oh goodness. Now I feel like I just need to get through tomorrow. What's happening the day after tomorrow? Maybe the day after tomorrow too. But I just want to get through tomorrow. Anyway. Whew. There is no tomorrow. There might not be tomorrow. Maybe I should just enjoy this moment right here with you. I do enjoy talking to you all. Even though and that's part of the whole self-help book is like, I feel like I'm helping myself when I talk to you. I don't talk to a counselor, so I guess I talk to you. All the millions of people in Hong Kong that are watching me. When we're not on, David talks about what happens on the show. He talks about all the politics that are going on currently, and he talks about pretty much everything he talks about on the show. What you see is what you get with David. Is he the one that gave me some advice, Drag King, for stocks? I did want to ask him that because I took some advice of somebody that was a guest on iVlog, and I thought it was him, but I don't know if it really was him. All right. I think it's... But the thing is, Drag King, I don't know. Maybe Misanthropy feels differently, but I think I feel like a brother with Misanthropy. Obviously, I don't know what he looks like, so. And more like of a intellectual companion, friend. Okay, a sister to Misanthropy. He says that he thinks you love me, Misanthropy. That's what Drag King says. And I said, I see our relationship more as like brother-sister.
Who's that, Mad Dog?
Misanthropy, and I feel like he's like an intellectual.
Right.
An intellectual.
So is he saying he loves you?
No, he's not saying he loves me. Drag King is saying that Misanthropy loves me.
No.
And I said, no, I see Misanthropy and I is more like an intellectual friendship.
That's fine, yeah. That's exactly what, we have a very cerebral show, so we all can share cerebrally. Hi, Bob. Yeah, if I didn't care so much about the future of our country, I wouldn't be even doing this. I mean, you Republicans who continue to support Trump don't realize we're in the crux of a collusion issue. I'm convinced of it. And Russia's still pulling his strings. And you guys are oblivious to that.
Probably, you're right.
Drag King, what are you sending stuff to?
Nothing.
Oh, that
it's
was
just
like,
Drag King who, like...
He's weird. Yeah, he likes to be weird, though. That's the thing about it.
He's just weird. Yes. I find you as, like, my odd friends, Drag King.
That's true. Thank you. Sarah,
oh, no. Maybe I shouldn't have used the word friends.
Yeah, that friend is being thrown around. I mean, we don't even know these people. But, yeah. If you keep helping others, you get taken advantage of.
Well, I was talking about
That's
how
true.
people should really take care of themselves first.
Yeah.
And how, like, I've purposely chosen to not watch the news.
Yeah.
And then I was talking about how I've also, because I don't need to get sucked into the drama of the news. And then I said, I also don't need to be sucked into the drama of family drama.
True that too.
And that we should really, like, take care of ourselves first. And it's not selfish. It's about, like, taking care of yourself. Especially if you're a caring person, I think it's selfish. And you've got to take care of yourself so that two things. So you can take care of others, and so other people don't end up taking care of you because you wear yourself so thin that you end up getting sick and or bedridden.
Exactly. A lot of us are burning out. A lot of you are burning out. You got to calm down, relax, enjoy your space.
That's why teachers have summer vacation, by the way.
Yeah, it's to unwind.
Because otherwise they would burn out.
It's true.
Take care of themselves.
It's true. Teachers work so hard. I was telling people how you have like 500 tasks a day to do.
I have like...
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Every kid has different needs.
Because I'm working on it. If every child in my classroom asks me 5 questions, maybe 6 questions.
Yeah. That's like 200 right there.
That's 100.
200 practically.
Well.
6 times 24. 162.
Yeah, there you go. 124.
Thank you.
Well, plus 24. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. I don't care. I was just coming up with a random statement. You're awesome. Isn't she great? She's in there swinging every day, and it's like so much to do. So many different tasks to do. Now it's time to unwind and just enjoy life. But she's made a point of not turning on the TV, which kind of helps her tune out of that extraneous noise that's being kind of forced on people when they turn the TV on. I like her attitude. She's really, I snagged definitely a winner. Sarah is the most self-motivated person I've ever seen. I mean that. I've never seen anyone quite like her before.
Thank you.
You are. I mean, and you're constantly improving, and your mindset is adapting, and you're doing an amazing job. And getting her master's degree in 15 months, who does that? Not many people can get a master's degree in 15 months. Seriously, I saw her do it. She just like bears down and super concentrated. She's really amazing. My coffee maker went kaput on me. That's a nice one. Let's see what the price is. 93 bucks. Yeah, that looks like that Bonavita would cost 93 bucks, but you're getting quality, I suppose. I'm assuming. I mean, who doesn't get quality at Target, right? I don't know, it's an odd brand, but I can tell you my Mr. Coffee's screwed up. It was reconditioned, and I only got 6 coffees out of it before it fried on me. And it was past the 2-month period to return it to the wholesaler that was selling it. It obviously wasn't reconditioned. It was broken, and they just tried to move a broken item. So we stopped buying from that product company again. We won't buy any more of their products. They just lost our business forever. Forever. Yeah, it was like $39 for a $90 Mr. Coffee thermo cup. I'm trying to think of what I could use it for. Adapt it to something. Maybe cut into it. I'm thinking of making a kind of an expeller press, pour it into the carafe kind of thing, and I'm actually thinking of using the structure of the... I don't like to throw things away, because this is like a waste. Just use it. I doubt the heater element's still good. That's my point. It fried after 7 uses. I mean, I could have gone to Starbucks, and, well, 39 bucks 6 times at Starbucks. That's about right. I'm not a pack rat, no. I try not to collect things. That's my point. I mean, if you don't use it, lose it. Get rid of it. So this was very weird. A picture of armed guards escorting illegals over the border. This is getting weird. It's like the Border Patrol is feeling intimidated by armed coyotes. Check this out. Courtesy of Fox News. Okay, look at these. They're like paramilitary. They got MAC 10s, 2 MAC 10s. I'm spotting 1 AR-15, 2 clicks out. And some kids and a mom and like mom and dad being escorted out through the gate. These are possibly high profile, important, like cartel family members. Who knows? I'm going to go out on a limb here, and this might be cousin Rosarita and Eduardo, the boy, I'm guessing. And probably related to the cartel themselves, you know. I think they were handled by some heavy-duty drug cartel people, you know. It doesn't look like Border Patrol, man. It looks more like the people there at the other side of the border. And somebody said today that our police, our Border Patrol encountered the Federales down there on our territory. So things are kind of heating up. Yeah, except for my Mr. Coffee maker, it's not heating up at all. The button panel, I might as well replace that. You know, I should probably send it to Scissor Fight. Maybe you could fix it. Better yet, you could keep it. Yeah, maybe I should just box it up and send it to you. And then if you don't think you can fix it, you know, I'm sure you use the coffee. You use the coffee, don't you? Now this it's never been used for any weird things like coffee colonics or anything. Nothing like that. Dave, do you like me? I don't know you, guest 266. Yeah. Sounds a little weird that you think I should like you. I could if the heating element works, bingo, but I don't think without an electronics expert like Scissor Fight, I wouldn't be able to even think of fixing it. I bet I could ship it for 25 bucks. Is it worth it to ship it to him permanently for his own gift? Who wants a piece of broken Mr. Coffee, too? Or just using... If you'd like, I can add a different chat voice for all of your characters. Like Zelfire, I presume you sound like this. I don't think so, Dave. I'm going to go out partying tonight, grab a couple beers and hang out, maybe some scotch. Am I close? Getting to know you. Getting to know all about you. Prepper, you sound kind of like this. Well, I know it sounds kind of weird, but, you know, I think you sound like this. So that's cool with you. All right. Giving emotional, irrational, and vindictive creatures incapable of foregoing instant gratification of any significant amount of power is about as wise as giving a chimpanzee a loaded AK-47. I do. I think you're right. Well, we're giving people nothing. That's the point. I mean, the rich people are giving people nothing. I'm trying to get people $500 a month. And you know, this is mostly going to help the veterans. 35% of our veterans are on the street right now. You've probably seen their signs. They say, "We'll work for food, homeless veteran." Oh, you're a girl? Oh, really? No kidding. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Hey Dave, greetings from Israel. Living large, man, living large. Hey buddy, how you doing? I see you've been working on the Zionist control of New Zealand and now Sri Lanka. Nice job, buddy. Working the ISIS backbone there.
Sunchild, what do you have to say? I hope this isn't one of those weird, like, freaky... No, this is my gardening? Good for you. Right on. This is you. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, you have an eye, I'm telling you. You know, let's take a look at some of the beautiful things in her garden. I'm serious. She has an eye for kind of connecting. She's an artist. Yeah, that's the best way to describe you. You do have a visual flair, I must say. I mean, it's noticeable. I'm just going to have to tune the volume down here. Yeah, look at that. Okay, I'm going to stop on the reverse, the reverse soundtrack. You got to do better than that. That sounded like a bad Beatles song in reverse. Number 9, number 9. What was that? A Wicked Garden. That's a good name for it, Howie. David, did you hear about this? Uh-oh. You caught me without my phone. Okay. Bengalitis has San Francisco. Happens everywhere. Yes, the map, we saw the map of human feces since 2011. And it's true, San Francisco, it ought to be the poop spot of the world. I mean, if only they could convert that poop into energy. Think of the amount of people in the Castro district they could actually, you know, make serious money. Oh, wow. Okay. It's my garden stuff. Well, the reverse track on it is bizarre. It's out of this world. Weird. I mean, what did you do? Take certain weird songs that you just ran through reverse and then put them on there? I mean, that was wild. Did you hear that? It was like conducting seances with the dark forces. Okay, let me bring on my temporary Dave from the original file. Are you going to keep calling, or is this, are you just trying to get me out of my chair? Here I was in 2009.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi.
As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV.
That was 2008. That was right before the election of Barack Obama.
It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on the bumps because those tires are high pressure.
And I'm pretty high pressure. I'm trying to, you know, really work you here. So it's kind of a car that I would build the U.S. Auto Corporation around, except mine would be a 4-door, and we'd have regenerative braking on it. If we were to build a car, a 4-door stylish sedan that has protection and gets nearly 100 miles per gallon and has a hybrid ability, so you don't ever run out of electricity, I think we could move products, 15 grand a piece. You think the music is soothing? Really? You altered it a bit? Kind of. Are you serious? That was like the voices from hell.
Hey, Dave, there's something wrong with your phone.
Oh, your number's blocked, Rodney. You can't call here ever again. You know that. This woman lives on 33 cents a day? You got to be kidding me. Jeez.
Hey, buddy.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Wiped my savings out. I had maybe $100, and here I was out of work. And I remember standing in front of the cabinet right here behind me, the one I showed you I cleaned out. And if I remember correctly, there was 4 cans of food in there. And I was crying. I was like, Lord, what am I going to do? I don't know what to do. I mean, I just got this house, and I'm out of work. I have no money. I have no income. What am I going to do? It's going to take a while for everything to line up to get an income. And he laid on my heart to give. It was like he just laid it on my heart as I was looking at that cabinet. You're going to give half of that away. So when I went to church Sunday, the church I went to at that time had a basket in the front for food for the community shelter. So I took my 2 cans and I went. And do you know, before that week was out, or it was the next week maybe, someone asked me how much my bills were for the month, and you know they paid my bills for the whole month.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty cool. You know, that's one of those heartwarming stories. Yeah, we'll play more of that tonight. Sure, why not? That's cool. I'm glad it worked out for her. Yeah. Give and ye shall receive. Blessed are the giving. David, do you ever get approached by hookers? Not lately, no. I don't associate with people like that, Howie. Yeah, I don't think there's ever been an instance where a hooker went,
Well, I didn't have a big one. But anyway.
Hey, baby, looking for a good time, honey? I don't think that's ever happened to me. I remember like standing on the balcony of a penthouse suite one day, and all these hookers were in the street going, hey, baby, could you give me a good time? Something like that. Is like, I don't think that qualifies as hitting on me, you know?
Hey, the good thing about a car like that is everyone thinks you're broke and they leave you alone. Yeah, exactly. It's like a clown car. Exactly, buddy. Hey, how's your vocal cord surgery doing, buddy? How are those cancer cells? Are they minimized? Do you get on the chemo yet?
Jeez. I gotta put up with this guy. He keeps coming in the room all the time. We thought you were gone. We haven't seen you in a long time. Being in Israel, you must be a little concerned about what's happening with ISIS and all.
Not really, no. I don't miss you, buddy. Well, let's be clear.
Hey, Sarah. How are you? Well, your shtick never really evolved. You know, that's the thing. I mean, if you had evolved, you wouldn't have, been dealing with the aftermath of alienation. Scissor Fight, you've got more links. Yeah, we've got a good thing. An Oh My God pancake scammer gives eulogy coming up tonight. That looks good. And satellite transmitters prevent precipitation in the southwest. We got one Pacific Redwood looking at phased array radar mixed with heavy metal chemtrails in the skies above us, making the weather evaporate in California. It never rains in California, but girl, don't let me warn ya. It pours. Yeah, man, it pours.
Okay, today is April 23rd, 2019, and right now at 9:30 a.m. we have a temperature of 73 degrees here in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 29%. The dew point is 39 degrees, and we have a barometric pressure of 29.89. And that has been steady for the last day. right now we have a low pressure system that has moved through the area. A couple of days ago, the last video that we did, we showed this low approaching California. That didn't bring one drop of rain to the state, to the central or southern California area. We can see that now that this low has moved into Arizona. We see it's starting to intensify, and we also see the transmitter manipulation here on the vortex. Half of this low is missing.
Okay, we're going to get back to this, his nice dulcimer voice in just a bit. It is One Pacific Redwood. He tracks this stuff. You know, I'd like to see if we could get Doppler radar, historic Doppler radar and spaghetti maps from 1945, prior to weather manipulation, you know, and to see what a normal weather pattern in California would look like. Anyway, this is kind of like the beacon of hope. This car was made in 2000 and it looks brand new today, exactly like that. And I believe that we can build cars to last like the Japanese have built with this Honda Insight. Yeah, I urge you to get an ionic air filter, Bob, to deal with the chemtrails you had flying over your head today. He had to run inside. I saw Ray Miller he's working on he's a Phoenix reporter now. He's alleging some wrestling promoters sodomized him. Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, well, that's the kind of stuff you don't want to hear, but you know, you never know. Yeah, he's got a journalistic. Please don't denigrate Awesome Carl. He has a great career ahead of him. Jeez, give the guy a break. It's like you're jealous or something. Why don't you pick on people your own age, like Elon Musk? Come on, I mean, this guy's been smoking.
He's been smoking pot, drinking with Rogan. Yeah.
Yeah, you should pick on him. Jeez. Well, do you know why you came back? Is it because I started talking about ISIS tonight? They told you to get back in the show. You're under a salary cap, aren't you? There's a cap out at like 80,000. Well, stopping me is not easy. Yeah. Nice try, though. Yeah, I think we know who's jealous here. I haven't talked about you at all, Rodney. You didn't come up until you came into the show. And then it was just nonstop. We're going to show 10 years of my taxes, no problem.
How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
So apparently, part of the idea of building our economy is to inhale. You got to inhale a lot. It's like he's pumping himself up. Yes, that was Albert Hammond. It Never Rains in California. That is correct. And that will be our outro song for tonight. Thank you, Frankie. As you know, you are watching an interactive virtual chat with David. I am not AI. Cueing Albert Hammond. It Never Rains in California. Okay. Don't you hate it when people are starting to consult Alexa on radio shows? Beep. You just hate that. I hate this Alexa thing. It's happening all over. It's like everyone's tuning in, giving up their privacy, and you and your wife are secretly having sex in the room, and then it's being broadcast, and a bunch of pervs are listening in somewhere, someplace, to you and your wife. Heavy breathing. It's just so weird. The world has become so upside down. I don't recommend buying Alexa. Yeah, don't hold cordless phones in your room either. I understand they're hackable. Yeah, somebody said these cordless phones, Dave, can be hacked. It's like, really? That's interesting. I didn't know. Tesla Model S appears to catch fire spontaneously. Yes, this was in China. Whoa. Closed circuit TV. Well, it's very bright on the eyes, I'll tell you. It's hurtful just to look at that. Thank you. Well, hopefully Awesome Carl will get on track. It sounds to me like he got in with a real bad crowd with the wrestling people. Yeah. He must have walked in their office and said, "Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl." And they said, yeah, you could definitely be awesome. There's so many weirdos out there. Thank you, Zelfire. There's so many weirdos out there. How can Awesome Carl have just, well, he put his trust and faith in the world. You know, when you go out there, you're out there not knowing what's going to happen next. You run into some Harvey Weinstein-like character. Really? Well, I didn't know that when I met him. Yeah, he was married, happily married with his girlfriend. Yeah. Hey, I guess people change. Rodney, I mean, when are you going to come out of the closet? Have you thought about that? Because that's what I sense a lot with you. You know, the whole, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" That's got to be a cover for something down there. No, I'm not gay, dude. But you seem like you are. I'm just saying, you seem like that. No, I'm not. I'm not into guys, especially bald-haired guys that play with their dogs and trim them for a living. So Rodney is stalking Carl now. Yeah, well, he's been doing that for some time, Scissorfight. No backpedaling, buddy. I just can tell you haven't had any real activity. I mean, the ladies down at the spa, you call it the spa, but it's really a hot tub with layers of suntan lotion gooped up along the side that you rub against when you're standing there talking to them about their last big fling. And they tell you, "Oh, Rodney, you're so cute. I love you." And you're like slithering in this weird combination of suntan lotion and Vagisil. I feel for you, man. I wouldn't want to live your life. Who are you anyway? I don't even know you. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. I don't know. You know, it's like fair game in the world when we talk about Carl in such a negative way. Making statements like that about him being sodomized, I don't know if I'd have to see that to believe it. No, I do that whenever I get verklempt, and you know. I seriously doubt that, Rodney. Yeah. Those blow-up dolls, I know their lifelike organs are feeling like you're dealing with the real thing, but you don't even trust women enough to have sex with them. You'd probably, you know, freak out if the germs got to you.
Yeah, I don't think Rodney has anything near a voice like I have.
We're pretty sure Rodney's using a voice modulator. He doesn't have the ability that I have. I have over 1,000 voices in my retinue. He has a voice modulator. Big difference. A guy like me and a guy like him. Voice modulators are not cool, dude. I'm telling you, they're just not. You know, when you're a voiceover artist of my caliber,
let me go for a few bars.
You don't need no stinking voice modulator, okay? Okay? Say hello to my little friend. Oh, sorry. Step Brothers singing scene. Oh my gosh, we're now into the final segment of the show, which is a transition out of this mode into tomorrow's show. Okay, we got Step Brothers singing scene, HD, 4 minutes, but prior to that, we're going to Albert Hammond. And It Never Rains in California, right after these messages from me. Yes. Okay, my final message. Yeah, keep the faith, folks. I think the Democrats are still going to gain some steam in the impeachment process, despite the fact that obviously William Barr was installed by Russia as our Attorney General to defend Donald Trump. We have to get past that layer of this collusion, this total collusion. In the meantime, yeah, I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Never thought I'd find a man who blows
lose my mind.